How you doing, Mr. Nelson?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. You made it home yet?
Oh no, I don't get home until Wednesday.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm rolling right now. I got this load that deliver in the morning, and I want to get about another 100 miles. That's why I've been driving like that. I drove probably 600 miles so far, but I'm still rolling because what I want to do is get it in position of where I'm like 20 minutes from where I drop my load off
Mm-hmm.
because I still got another load to pick up. I got a deadhead another 2.5 hours after my load drop in the morning. My load drop at 4. So I'm get as many miles as I can close to it, and then I'm gonna get up. I gotta still take my break. So I'm gonna get up and drop this load off, go pick this other load up, and then it delivers in Sterling, Illinois. So that'll put me in perfect position to be near where I'm gonna take my home time off at.
Mm. I ain't doing nothing. I just started this live.
Oh, okay, good deal. Hello, everybody.
Nobody in the chat yet. 5,000. Credit close.
Soon they will be. Soon they will be. So how's your day been so far?
It's been all right.
Just all right.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Tired.
Oh yeah, I would imagine so. I'd imagine so. No. That next time we're just in a thoughtful conversation, I'm gonna share some ideas with you and get some opinions. Cause he don't want you burnt out.
Yeah.
Not want you burnt out. Yes, sir. So our next class is gonna be one day prior to your birthday, huh?
Well, yeah. Well, we gotta finish the we gotta do the hard inquiry class on Monday. But yeah.
Okay, what time Monday? Because I definitely need to. Let me see. I should be. Oh, Monday. Wait a minute. Monday. That's the day after tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be rolling, but I should be. I'm just gonna have to figure a time to stop because what I don't want to do is I don't want to get out of area or let them figure that I'm out of area enough that I need to take another break or they need to switch me in different loads so I get home on time because with those scenarios they'll try to make it better and end up making it worse. Right now, the way that I got it calculated, I can get home. I get home about maybe 8 o'clock in the morning on the 3rd. I can go and get my labs done, get a haircut, go get me a couple of items of clothing that I need, because I'm getting ready to start me a little small vacation. I've been out here since May 15th. So I deserve a little me time. I'm gonna get everything set up for my little personal me time and what I'm about to do. And then the next day on Thursday, I have my doctor's appointment. And then after that, I'm on some personal time then. But I'm coming back out on the road Sunday though. Monday. I'll be ready to roll again Monday. That following Monday.
Sound like you got the game plan in order.
Yeah, I was gonna stay a week. A week, but if I do, I won't be doing nothing but really just really wasting time. So I figure I'll get on back out, get some more money made. Plus, the more I make, the easier saving 30 by the end of the year will be.
Yeah.
Because I'm not fudging from that goal. If I had to make some weekly sacrifices, I'm not going to deter from that goal. Because it's obtainable. I don't know how it was that you was in the trucking industry, so you know pretty much how much money we make. But spent what I wanted to spend because I pretty much knew, you know, I had avenues for it to come back. So I never really made a budget.
Mm-hmm.
And now Ty done put me on the budget. My mom couldn't even never give me the budget.
Mm-hmm.
Up until last week, my dad couldn't give me the budget. And here it is, Ty done put me on the budget, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
And saving 30 before the end of the year. Yeah.
I'm about to call Mr. Media on three-way, but I gotta finish this up first. I said I'm about to call Mr. Media on three-way, but I gotta finish up typing what I'm typing.
Okay. That'll be great. So, Ty, would you advise once I save this 30 to congratulate myself and spend 10 out of it or no?
Ha 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 ha.
Don't do that?
I'm trying to see if you're serious or not. I said I'm trying to see if you're being serious.
I know you wouldn't advise that. That would defeat the purpose.
Mm-mm.
I was definitely joking because I know you would have disciplined me about that.
Mm-mm.
That's one thing we gotta add to your repertoire. Todd's a financial disciplinarian. We'll get on you about stuff.
Mm-mm.
Do not pull the trigger. Self-gratification is not in your plans at this moment. Yes, sir. And I'm so glad to be getting up out of this truck. I was starting to feel like somebody was putting me like a child on punishment. And I'm doing it, did it to myself. It'll be a long time before I stay that long out on the road again, though. A long time. I said that's why I wanted to do, because at that point in time, I could, that would be a good plan to, as far as income, my income would be great at that point. I would still be able to pay my taxes, and it would be an overall good idea, but that's just too long. It was just too long. Maybe again in the winter. I missed the summer. I missed an entire summer almost. Yeah. So you and the family haven't been on vacation yet this year, huh, Ty?
No, not at all.
Earlier this year.
No. Well, yeah. Let's see.
But not since then, huh?
No.
Yeah, you overdue for a vacation, and so is the missus then.
Definitely.
And the little Prince.
I'm in agreement.
Little Prince probably need him a little tea on with welcome.
You said he need a welcome what?
Huh?
You said my son need a welcome what?
No, I said once y'all go on vacation,
Mm-hmm.
the little Prince will even have a T-shirt that says "Welcome to Cancun" on it.
Mm.
A size 6 months or 1T. You'll get him a little T-shirt with "Welcome to Cancun" on it.
I'm not going to Cancun.
Oh, okay. Well, Belize.
Mm-mm. No, I don't want to go nowhere near Mexico.
Okay.
I don't know. We might go back. Well, we gonna go to Hawaii, back to Hawaii first, and then I don't know, maybe back to Jamaica, and then from there we'll figure out some new stuff. Yeah. Let's see.
Hawaii's always nice. You can't go wrong. Hawaii is one of those safe vacations. You can't go wrong with Hawaii.
Yeah.
I went to Cancun on an 8th grade vacation. We had an 8th grade vacation, and I went to Cancun.
Lexus, Propan. All right. She already said done. Mr. Media told me to call him tonight so we could do this application, but he not answering.
He probably haven't made it to his location yet.
No, he said he was back back in Detroit. He supposed to come over tomorrow.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
That's good.
How did he get over here before you, Mr. Nelson?
Yeah, that's crazy. I've been running. But when I come, see, he's in that area often. We'll say it like that. But with me, since I'm out of the area, but when I do come, I'm going to come for a couple of days because I want to get out there on that bowling alley with you. I want to see if your framework is like you presented to me.
Don't do that to yourself, Mr. Nelson.
Yeah. I'm going to have to see.
Oh, Lord.
I'm a streaky bowler. But I tell you what, when I catch it, it's on. So that's why I said we're going to see how consistent you are. What night we go bowling. Make sure you have Lexi the Queen filming it. And make sure you get to put it. Make sure you get to put it in a video.
Nah, man, you ain't gonna want me to post that.
Oh, okay.
I appreciate it.
I know your game type. I've seen it on videos before.
I appreciate the confidence, but
Well, we'll see. We will see. Yeah. Plus, I hear some of the best seafood boils come out of the Detroit area. Is that correct?
you gonna have to ask my wife that. I don't eat seafood.
Oh, you don't eat seafood? None?
Fish maybe.
Oh. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I was told some of the best seafood boils come out of that area. So I'm gonna have to see.
Let me try it one more time.
Yeah.
Let's do.
Hey.
I was about to delete your number off my white phone.
What's going on?
Nothing. I'm on live. We got Mr. Nelson on the line.
The Ray Nelson. Hey, how you doing, Mr. Media? How's it going, man? I had to give you two misters because one wouldn't have garnished enough respect. Yeah. Yeah, got me lined up with a pretty hectic travel schedule, as you know how that can be. They got me lined up with a pretty hectic travel schedule to get home with, and I need to make sure everything is aligned correctly so that I don't have any mishaps, because I do not want to be delayed on going home.
I totally get that, man.
Yeah. So I know how it is because he's been in the. See, we don't have to relate ourselves as truck drivers or pilots or, flight personnel or whatever our particular occupation is. We're still transportation personnel.
Yeah.
And all transportation personnel know what that can be like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they end up. I was telling Todd, I've been driving all day and I still have a few miles yet to go. But I'm trying to get myself in position so that when I deliver this load, I can be ready for my next one, which takes me home.
Okay, got you.
Because if things ain't aligned, if things ain't aligned properly, it could be we need to do this type of situation, and I'm not receiving of that.
Yeah, I can understand that for sure. Now, when they send you out, are you on a when you go out? Is it because you picked a load or a route that you like, or is it just one that you happen to see you can line up and looks good as opposed you piecemeal it and put it together as opposed to have little less control over it?
I have control over it because I can reject whatever loads, but what you said is accurate. It's pretty much like off of a board or off of a spreadsheet, let's call it. And they'll send those loads or those options to your truck, and you can either decide whether it's something that you want or decline.
Well, I thought you was gonna mention to him when you come off home time, they tend to give you the most garbage loads.
Oh yeah, I'm hoping to keep that. I'm hoping to keep that negativity out of my sight, Mr. Media. But he's definitely correct. And what they do is they tell you they're doing this to get you in an area, back in a good area, back in rotation.
Well,
but
I was blessed enough to be in Michigan. So when I got off home time, I would go pick up out of Mastinardi in Livonia, take it to Pennsylvania. And the best load I got out of there probably like I don't remember how many miles it was. It was like 600 and some change. 600 miles for like $1,800. That was probably like the best I ever seen. But that's that produce. Most of the time it's like $2 a mile. But for other individuals, if you're not in Michigan, let's just say you in Tennessee, you might get like $1.30, $1.40 a mile. If you in you got to know your lanes. Like if you coming out of the Northeast, you getting like $1 a mile. It's gonna be garbage. So when you gotta, like I said, when you know the load going garbage going out, you gotta make sure it's good. So a lot of novice drivers that don't know what they're doing, they get a bad load going into a bad area, and they get a bad load coming out, and then they crying about their check. So that's probably how I ended up very successful, because I knew I knew the lanes, and I wouldn't allow them to send me in places. I wanted to deliver in a place that would come out good too. They hated me. Yeah. Cause I let my truck sit 3-4 days if I don't get what I want, but everybody wouldn't. Everybody not willing to do that. So
right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I stand on whatever I see. You know what I'm saying? Whatever I say, I'm standing on it.
And depending on your monetary situation, you may not be able to, choose that I'm gonna sit option.
That's the point. That's the point. The average person, when they go home, the money that they have saved, they spend it while they on home time. So the objective is to get you the low paying load going out and the low paying load going home and the low paying load going out, because you're gonna be hungry. You're gonna need money, so it's gonna when you take home time and then they give you the terrible loads coming out. It psychologically it forces you to be like, all right, well, I need to stay out on the road longer. And again, when they know you're about to go home, that's when they slow you down. You get all the terrible freight because they don't want you going home with a lot of money. Because the more money you have going home, the longer you're gonna want to be at home. It's all factored in and figured out. I know, yeah, right. It sounds messed up, but what I used to do is like I told Mr. Nelson, I would pick a certain amount and I wouldn't go home unless I had that amount. You get what I'm saying? So, if I want to go home, I got to make sure I got 8,000. If I ain't got 8,000, I can't go home, So, yeah. But,
And that's a good concept. I mean, I hadn't thought about it because, I just, like I said, just recently until you started scolding me about a budget. Mr. Media, Todd's been scolding me about a budget. And it's working because I've never been disciplined to have a budget or make one. I never felt as I needed to. But he's been on me about budget and saving. So, yeah, my thing was to, I didn't feel as if I needed to, but I definitely understand what he's saying. I'm going to make sure this time that I go home with a certain amount of money or make it so that I won't want to go home without a certain amount. Even though it hasn't been a problem. So,
you gotta at some point, and I'm not even, mentioning, your age, but at some point, if you keep doing, you don't get no younger is what I'm trying to say. So,
right.
you go, you make your money, you spend the money, make your money, spend your money, and then before you know it, you 65, 70 years old, and it's like, oh shoot, that's when, you don't want to get to that point where you get all the way to the end, like, oh yeah, I had fun, because everybody look at it like, all right, I made $3,000. I give an example. I made $3,000 this week, so I'm gonna make $3,000 next week, and that's the wrong way to look at it because, like I said, you can have a medical emergency next week, you can get fired next week, your truck can break down. We just talking about the trucking industry. Your truck can break down next week. But you can get stuck on the load for a week and a half. You can, it's just so many things that can happen. So you can't. That's how I used to look at it sometimes. I get a $5,000 week. Like, well, I guess I could blow it because technically I'm gonna get a good week next week. And when my week wasn't good next week, I was pissed. So, like I said, you got to cherish the week that you have because, like I said, tomorrow not promised, next week not promised. Especially like I said, if you work for somebody, even when you self-employed, you technically, if you're not an owner operator, you're up under somebody. Whether you consider yourself independent, you are an independent contractor, but you're under a company, right? Whether that's the companies. I was about to start naming companies, Mr. Nelson, but
that's true.
yeah, but yeah, like I said, I figured out very quickly the games that they play, and that's how I was able to be successful. Hey Ty, we need you to take this load, and we're gonna hook you up with this one after. Well, I need to see the load coming after because I'm not going for that bull. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna drop off this garbage load. Then you're gonna say, oh well, the load got I wouldn't do certain, like if they needed a favor, then they had to show me what my next load was. I'm not going off here. I don't trust you. You know what I'm saying? This is business. I don't know. I need to see the load. Okay, well it looked decent. And let this load cancel. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have some problems, but yeah, like I said, I was a monster in the trucking industry. I'm very laid back right now, but yeah, I don't play when they, I don't play about that chicken. So yeah,
it was just something else you said, and I don't know if you were speaking about me or you was just speaking in general.
Mm-hmm.
When you said that you won't reveal my age, but you started talking about, saving and, being disciplined basically.
Well, I have, like I said, I tend to have clients come to me. I told you about the lady that came to me. She was about 60, I can't remember, 60 something, 64, 65. But she lived her whole life. She made good money. She didn't save anything. And, she was like, Ty, how can I, retire and blah, and, you got to work until you die. Like that at that point in my life, that's all I could tell her. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't want to lie. I didn't want to sugarcoat it. Like, you got to work, you're not about to just start saving, like unless you got a miraculous idea or something like that. It's just not about, you waited too long, like I said, you want to save as much money as possible while you're younger, because as you get older, you're not gonna be able to move. You get what I'm saying, like you used to, and then it's gonna be somebody younger taking
That
your
was truthful advice.
and yeah, it's gonna be somebody younger, willing to take your place, So that's why when you get older, you want to focus more on not how hard you work, but how smart you work. You get what I'm saying? So that's what I had to figure out when I was younger. Do I want to do physical work or do I want to use my brain? So yeah, in the beginning, I was doing carpentry. I was driving a truck. That's physical. I think trucking is partly mental as well, because like I said, yeah, it's definitely mental. But you got to drive 11 hours a day. You got to be able to structure and figure out where you're gonna stop at for the night. You got to add all the traffic that might, you got to there's a lot of math going on. It's a lot of math going on. You got to figure out if you're doing an 8-2 split. You know what I'm saying? 8 hours in the sleeper, 2 hours off duty, to get your time back a little earlier, because you can't do a full 10-hour break. It's just like a lot of stuff that, go into trucking. But yeah, like now, credit repair is mental. It's not physical. It's not physical. Other than me typing letters, it's pure mental, yeah, like I said, as I get older, if I still, do credit repair or whatever, when I'm older, then, like I said, I will have the ability to. But I can't say that, I had the ability to, be a 70-year-old truck driver or a 70-year-old carpenter. It's just, like I said, that's not my game plan. So, anybody who come to me, I'm going to try to help you secure as much money while you're younger as possible. You get what I'm saying? Because I don't want you to get to the point where you're like, man, I have to work. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying, Mr. Yeah, like you get to that point where it's like, I have to. I have no choice. Like, I didn't handle the years, when I had the money like I should have. You get what I'm saying? Like, and then the rest of your life you living with regret. You thinking about, I did have that good little $3,000 week. I did have that $2,500 week. It don't matter at that point when, like I said, when you get up in age and you can't move around like you want to, but the job is like I said, it's physical. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like, all right, well, if you can't keep up with these young people, then we're gonna have to, let you, go. So, yeah, like I said, anybody who come to me, I'm gonna tell them, like, save as much as possible. You know what I'm saying? While you younger, because the older you get, your body gonna get, you know what I'm saying? Your bones gonna get weaker. You gonna start moving. Like, it's just life. You know what I'm saying? It's life. I didn't realize that, after you turn 30, you get a little beer belly in. Like, I don't have it because I'm not 30 yet. But I'm saying, like, it's just part of, it's part of the game. You might look physically in shape, but you got like a little beer belly. But yeah, so yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say about that. But yeah.
And you were correct when I don't, whomever she was that you gave that advice to. I mean, that was
I can't even remember her. I can't even remember if she was a white woman or a black woman. She sounded white. Like I said, I can't. This was a minute ago, but it hurt my soul, because in the back of my mind, it's like, should I lie to this lady and just be like, yeah, everything gonna be all right? And I'm like, nah, Ty, just be honest. Because this is what I figured was gonna happen. If I lied to her, she's gonna go to somebody else, and they was gonna tell her what I should have told her, and then she would have came back to me and be like, why you, So that's what, yeah. But
it's solid advice.
Yeah.
It's solid advice, and taking it from somebody who's not 60. Like I said the other day, I'm not going around the corner of 60, but that town ain't way far away. That town's coming up, ain't it, Mr. Meek?
It sure is.
Mm-hmm.
That time is coming up. So in my case, I hadn't thought about retirement or putting any plans or any structured retirement benefits into place until about 2 years ago, when I start thinking about, hey, it may be time for you to consider this. So that's when I started doing, restructuring some things, putting a few coins back and getting involved in a few other things. But yeah.
If I could go back, because I was probably driving that truck for about 4 or 5 years. I can't remember if it was 4 years or 5 years. But if I could go back, it had to be 4 years. But anyway, if I could go back, go back to those, $2,500, low weeks and those good 7,300 weeks. If I can go back to that, I would definitely, you know what I'm saying? Probably out of every check, I would save maybe 70% or something like that, like 70. Probably put like 30 to the side, but like the 70 I save every week though. Every week for 4 years straight. If I could go back, but I can't. I don't do that anymore. But like I said, the moment I quit is when I realized I say, Ty, you had it good. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't realize how good you got it until you quit. Like when I quit and I got it in the credit repair, I'm like, I'm sitting here complaining about $2,500 and $3,000 a week, and people ain't even making $3,000 in a month. You know, like I had to sit back and really humble myself. Like like dang, like I had it good. You know.
I literally had a week last month. Literally had a week last week where I was able to. I don't want to make. I don't want to make it sound like I don't appreciate either. But my bad weeks, because you just mentioned it, and it's a fact. My bad weeks are what some would have in a period of 2-3 weeks a month. My
Correct.
bad weeks. And my last week was definitely more than what most would have in the run of a month. And it was 1 week. So I do understand what you're saying, and that's why I said that I'm glad that you presented that plan to myself and my associate driver because it was something that neither he nor I thought about. I'm saving money. I've been saving for some time, but nevertheless, I hadn't thought about setting a goal and with it being that substantial. And my savings up until you mentioned that hadn't been disciplined. I didn't have like a predetermined amount. I would just save money and according to how I wanted to do it. I've never been one who had a budget. So when you basically said you and this other individual save $30,000 by the end of the year. Well, as I started giving that legitimate and real consideration, I got to figuring out how much money that would equate to each week.
Man,
that
look.
being the case, I definitely would have to be disciplined because you didn't say with one caveat being a bad week. You just said by December the 1st of the year, 30,000. So I figured out how.
This is what I mean, Mr. Nelson. I've seen drivers who don't bullshit. They don't go home. You get what I'm saying? They don't go home and they grind it out. The average truck, brand new, is $150,000. I've seen people drive that truck and save $150,000 out of the money they made driving that truck. So $30,000 is definitely not a stretch. You can save $150,000. You get what I'm saying? You can save more than that. It's on you. It's on you. It's like it's saving money. If saving money is not important to you, then it'll never happen. You get what I'm saying? It'll never happen. You have to believe, like, all right, I'm not out here for nothing. Like you get what I'm saying? Like that's the mindset you gotta have. Like why am I if I'm away from my family, if I'm away from my friends, if I'm missing, funerals and weddings and baby showers and all this, something gotta make it worth it. And what's worth it is saving some money. Because like I said, when you finally do, trickle down and want to quit or you don't want to do trucking no more, you want to be able to say, all right, well, I made $250,000 for, whatever, X amount of years and I saved, whatever, $850,000 or you don't want to say, oh, well, I saved my last check. You get what I'm saying? Like, what was the point? What was the point? We making thousands and thousands of dollars every week as truck drivers. So it's like, all right, it's not about how we know the money there, but how much are you keeping? You get what I'm saying? Like, how much are you keeping out of the money being made? So,
right.
Yeah,
and
like
Mr.
I said,
Media, he's spot on right down to the value of the cost of the truck, and that's one thing that now he kind of blew me with that one. He kind of caught me off guard with that one because he's, spot on about that part too, because my truck is a little more than what he mentioned. I have a 21, and what he mentioned is pretty much close to what it cost, except about 20,000 more on my end. So, with that being the case, he did mention that correctly, and even with that, even in that scenario, you would want to equate your earnings in relationship to what your truck makes and what your potential
correct.
is. And that's with anything, with us, with businesses that we have. You want to you want to have a expectation for what your business will make, what your profit will be, you know, and what your reinvestments are, all of that. So, you know, that's just another, you know, for those who view the live or participate in the live now, or when it becomes a video, you know, all of these are things, this is why I say it over and over and over again. By tuning in and just having these lives and just general conversation, Todd imparts knowledge that you're not getting other places. Because what he just said and spoke about in the trucking industry, which only applies to me in this situation, unless there's, you know, other truckers at some point in time, and I'm quite certain it will be, that will either view this live or, you know, come across this information. But what he just spoke of is almost an itinerary for every person who's in business, for every person who's a homeowner or buying a home or renting, for every person who has a job, whether it's $10 an hour or $10,000. It costs anything.
Man, I like I said, I'm looking back. Like I said, I'm looking back at my scenario. My scenario might not be the same as everybody else's, but I can only think of one thing that I was like spending money on when I was on that road, and that was food. So if food for the month is $600, whatever it was, I still got whatever. You get what I'm saying? I might got 25,000. I might got 30,000. You know what I'm saying? Like it, like I said, like that's what I like. That's what I try to tell people who try to like. Oh well, you know, I need 3,000 to spend. You need $3,000 to spend, and you on the road. Like make it make sense to me. What did you possibly be spending $3,000 on while you on that road?
Right.
The whole purpose is to make money to have when you go home. So like, what is you getting some fancy clothes? Who you wearing them for? The truck drivers, the lot lizards. You know what I'm saying? Like who?
This is interesting because I was telling Todd before when I was younger, I always dreamed of being, I don't know what, but a Greyhound bus driver or a truck driver. I mean, when I was younger, there was never any question about it. I don't know how. As I got older, I never even kind of ventured into it. It's really surprising, but I used to love the whole industry, but I had no idea that it was as lucrative as it was. And so, but Todd is right about one thing, and that's one of the reasons why I wish, you know, my parents were, even though they did okay by their standards, you know, they did better. My parents definitely did better than their parents, of course, because the community as a whole, after segregation, after Jim Crow, the community as a whole recognized the value that, hey, you got to go to school, you got to get some type of education, you get locked, so you can get locked into some good jobs to pull a family, you know, up and out. And so that was always again the mindset. You talk about the generational mindsets and stuff. But even as I was graduating high school, getting ready for college, you know, of course it was, hey, college, school, degree. But I never had the benefit of, you know, one of the older guys, one of the older grandfather, uncle, or some of the guys that just maybe sit down and say, hey, listen, bro, let me tell you about 2 or 3 things you should be thinking about. Because if you got one of these 3 things, or all these 3 things going, you'll kill it. And that's what's missing in our community. And so, and that's just one of the things I'm really big about when at the end of the day, when it comes time to cash out and to go into upper room. I hope that, you know, part of my legacy will have been to kind of help a lot of young black belts, especially, kind of understand what the game really is before you even step out there. Todd is right about one thing. I don't know if you remember this, but one of the memories that is just emblazoned in my mind when I was a kid. I have no idea how old I was, but I grew up with my stepfather, who was Dynamite Man. And the only reason I didn't know that he wasn't my real dad is because of, you know, our last names are different. I had my last name of my real dad because that was my mom's first marriage, actually. And so their last names are different. So as a child, I always kept saying, man, why in the world y'all give me this crazy first name and a different last name? I really used to get in my mom's butt. That made no sense because I was getting teased in school, you know. And so one day she finally told me, well, the reason your name is different is because you have a different dad. I was like, whoa. I mean, that was just a Spike Lee moment with all I remember is just everything getting like very, very dark and and like somebody was pulling the camera away. I just couldn't see anything. It was incredible. But it was a testament to my stepdad because, hey, I didn't see any different type of treatment. I had no reason to believe that I wasn't his own blood. But and I'm always very grateful of that as well too. So, but he was still, and he's in that. And my stepdad type of dude. If you leave him alone in a room with toothpicks, tape, cotton balls, and I don't know, maybe some soldering metal, he'll come back and he'll build a castle. You can lock the door, leave just those things right there. You come back and you'll see a castle built. He can do it. So, but one of the things was, you just don't have an idea of other things, from business standpoint or skills or trades. And if somebody sat down and said, hey man, you know what, you want to make sure you have this skill right here, these three things right here, you never work for anybody else too. That's the thing that's kind of missing from a lot of our kids, so that they're able to really hit the ground running. And I just can't, every city that I go to, and I'm always looking at, because what's funny is just about in America, especially in almost every region, there's differences. Some of them subtle, some of them not so subtle. But you look at the ethnicities that are actually doing well in those regions, that are top dog in those regions, and there are differences there. But one difference is they have honed in on a certain type of business, a certain industry, and they locked in on it. And it's like, hey, they're a pit bull with a chew toy. They're not giving it up. And we as Black Americans don't understand that that's the name of the game. We keep coming in, and we're looking around for, hey, I thought everybody's going to be fair. I thought everybody was, I thought we were all going to walk hands together. No, that's not how life is. But nobody really tells us that. Because we're so busy trying to be liked and loved and accepted and equal, when everybody else they're up there trying to make sure they maintain their market share and not giving anything up and maintaining top dog status. So, but anyway, one thing my dad, my real dad told me, my blood dad said, he said, Junior, you never want to. He said, Junior, you want to work hard while you're young, because trust me, you're not gonna be able to do it when you get older. And I never forgot that. And again, as every year that passes by, truer words were never spoken. And so, unfortunately, like what Todd is saying, in terms of really having a better game plan being younger, about, hey, how exactly are you chopping at the pie and where are you putting the pie at? That's one of those things that I should have made. Looking back in retrospect, I see how I could have done better. I never got wild and crazy, like, going to Vegas and throwing all the money up in the air, just, having wild nights and days. But it's just like, hey, you know what? I actually could have had a smarter game plan to have my investments. My investments should have been working long before they are right now. Same thing with from a real estate standpoint. I could have had several things in real estate working for me where it would have put me in a position, I want to say maybe 5 to 10 years ago, where I didn't have to work anymore. Mm-hmm. So, eventually, I guess you see the writing on the wall in terms of how to do it. But the question is, hey, how long is it going to take you? Are you going to be able to do it quickly so you can be young enough to still semi-retire and enjoy yourself healthy? Mm-hmm. Or are you going to be working all hard all your life, and you start to enjoy yourself when you're hunched over, you got a pain in your knee, and your back is you're walking because you're walking with a hunch because you killed yourself lifting stuff all the time. Mm-hmm. So it's stuff like that I hope eventually that we're able to kind of better talk to not only young men but also young women too, and let them know, hey, listen, this is what the game is. You only have so much. This is the time that you're going to have to really make a dent. And after that amount of time, then you need to be looking at these type of priorities, because life is coming, whether you believe it or not. Life is coming right down that road. You just wait.
All right. Well, I tell you, first and foremost, the case since you took the opportunity, and I listened to you, and that only made me think about my dad as well when you spoke about your stepfather as being the man who put a lot in your mindset to mold into the person that you are today. And so with that being the case, I've got to take a moment and speak on my father as well, because in similar circumstances where my dad, like you were saying, he did obviously better than his father. But I'm going to say in several regards, workers how to build those inlet boxes, those sewer drain boxes.
Yeah.
He showed them how to do that, which required a lot of skill that we would never ever think it would take, because those boxes have to be able to handle certain volumes of waste, liquid, at all times. So my dad didn't finish. He didn't go past, I think it was 9th grade, because at that point in time he had to be an individual coming out of the South in that generation that stayed at home and helped his dad, support the home. So he wasn't an individual who was afforded an opportunity to go and graduate from high school. He especially go to college. So, he was always supportive, like I mentioned before. There's never been an occasion where I opened up the refrigerator and it wasn't more than had options. There was never an occasion where the lights blinked, because the bills hadn't got paid or the phone disconnected or any of that. And so I've had several conversations, because after my mom passed away, and I told my dad this, and it was, he didn't see it as odd, but I know, he kind of, in the back of his mind, he kind of knew that. And this is another one of those situations where Todd's format has evolved into something else, because now we're speaking about fathers, black men, and younger black men, because now there's an element within these conversations that younger black men can, whether they are fathers or soon to be fathers or just, coming up as teenagers, they have something to, to reflect on. But with my dad, I had a conversation with him after my mom passed away, because she was such a staple. My mom was the greatest thing to me. Even being older, women in my life, I structured them as, how in relationship to how my mom.
Absolutely.
But you know what though, Mr. Media? I'm gonna get off of the dad part for just 1 second, and I hope we can get back to it at some point. But that in relationships, in my personal relationships, that was a mistake, because I had set a lot of women up for failure trying to reach the standard. And I'm serious. I had a lot of women that I declined because they weren't of the said value of my mom, my sister, and aunt. So with that being the case, there was a lot of women that didn't meet my criteria because of what the status of my mom. But as far as my dad's concerned, when my mom passed away, I had a discussion with my dad, and I told my dad that because my relationship with my mom was as it was, I never gave him really the opportunity, and I never gave myself the opportunity to really know and understand him. I only always knew him as a mean guy, because he was always giving me instructions and, making sure to the best of his ability that I followed him. And so I just always thought that he was this mean guy who, didn't care about me, or, just always had something negative to say or state, and that wasn't the case. As I got older and my mom passed away, I found out that this is not that guy at all. My dad, on several occasions, could have went out and bought several different cars or boats, or like we as men do. We work hard, we're going to have some item, for ourselves. And I asked my dad one time, I said, why did you ever buy anything for yourself? I mean, you had the money to do it. Why didn't you ever buy anything or do anything for yourself like that? And he said, it wouldn't have met the joy that he got from having his family provide for his family. So what he did was provide for his family, because that's what brought him the most joy. Look at that, boy. And I'm going to give this to y'all as an example. My dad gave me it came off the showroom floor in 83. And my dad gave me a car when I was in high school, my freshman year. It was a 9-8 Regency. Now, a lot of people ain't gonna know what that car is. It's an Oldsmobile. They stopped making Oldsmobiles. But it was a brand new car. My dad gave me this car to me to his time. And because at that point in time, I was doing things that I probably shouldn't have done. And the police ended up getting after me, and I had to ditch that car. And the next day, I go back to get it. It's not there. They had confiscated that car. My dad gave me this car. I mean, he like, I think out of all the things that he liked, that was like to say a personal gadget or, you know, one of those men things, I think this was it. And this man gave me that car, and I ended up getting that car taken. And he never really said anything about it. I mean, he mentioned to me about it, but he didn't press me on it because I think he didn't either want me to not tell him the complete truth or find out what had happened and be kind of let down. So he didn't even go into it. But my dad, just like your stepfather, has always been that exemplary man, and I just, you know, you brought that up, so I had to bring that into the equation since we were speaking about it. But I think our whole conversation thus far has been structuring our savings, being disciplined with the fundings that we receive, and anticipating that life doesn't have a said direction. Yeah. It doesn't have a said direction. It doesn't always mean because it's our goal to travel this straight path to success that it's going to be that. There's going to be curves and diversions. There's going to be off ramps. But when they come, we have to know, we have to have some sort of idea how to make those adjustments. And if we save such a time and put me on this path to save this $30,000 this year, and I was laying to my bunk the other night saying, well, you know what? I mean, if he said this, and I was thinking in my mind, that's going to take a little discipline. But I was laying in the bunk, and I kind of figured out in my head how I do it. I mean, I didn't have to, you know, pretty much get pen and paper out, you know. So I appreciate that. And then, too, Mr. Media, I appreciate the conversation that you brought up, you know, along with the dad. But before I get off of that, since we're acknowledging good men, I got to go there with you, Mr. Media, because earlier you made a statement about, you know, maybe not being in position to give out some advice. But I don't agree with that. From what I've seen from you thus far, it's consistent. When you're on these lives, your fact-finding process is the same. You're speaking facts. And facts are truth. So you speak truth to facts. And not only is that the case, but your character is consistent. And I'm quite certain anybody in the chat, I would agree that when Mr. Media speaks, it's the same quality consistency. So when I prepare to hear you give some advice or speak on a subject matter, I don't have to wonder whether or not this is some BS that's coming out of left field or whether it's going to be something that's not going to be pertaining to something I can benefit from as well as others. Because I know you put thought into it, and I know from what I've seen thus far with your character, that's the type of individual you are. So I just wanted to tell you I appreciate you too, as being that individual, that good man that I know from what I've seen out of your character. It is of great value to have you on Todd's platform, on here, and you give us your moment, your personal time, out of your life. You share that with us. I just want you to know that I appreciate you.
Well, you know, Ray, I can't thank you enough, man. It's funny. I have sometimes I have such a hard time taking compliments from you because I see it the other way around. I really do see. I see that I keep saying a lot of times when certain people are speaking, the way that they communicate, the idea or some principles is just like seasoning in a conversation. And again, man, I'm just telling you, boy, those times when you were on the phone with Desmonique, and even one of the first times you were on was really retired during that live, but just the real life experiences. An immature mind can't handle all the stuff that you bring to the table, Bray. They just can't. And that's one of the things I kind of regret sometimes about certain folks. If they're not in the right mindset, it's like, hey, you don't really understand that you're around genius here. You really don't get that. And because you aren't at a level yet to accept it, you're letting all this good expertise waste away. And so, but I listen to everything that you're saying. And the way that it comes, because I know where it's coming from. I told, and you know what? It just figures that you weren't in the class last night, because that just would have been too much. Like, we probably would have had a spontaneous explosion on that live, because everybody, it felt like a family reunion, man. That was crazy. It was like, even though it's my first time seeing mostly everybody, with the exception of Todd, I was like, wow, here we are. Think about something, man. In just 3 weeks, in just 2.5, maybe 3 weeks, we've gone from not even communicating to being, forming a nucleus and being a part of the type of exercises that are going to take everybody's lives to another level. In just 3 weeks, we managed to accomplish that. And so it's really crazy. Ray, I'm telling you, this thing is huge. It really is huge, man. It's blessed. It is.
Yeah, I agree.
I just said, I'm so God. I said, well, one of the things that I'll be satisfied when we get to, because I think for the most part, even Todd kind of understands where I'm coming from. I told him, I want you to understand what my goal is. At the end of the day, the credit repair is only a mechanism to put me in a better position so that I can engage capital to eventually use to energize one of several businesses that I got going on. But ideally, what my use for the business is to do just what we've been talking about here. Just me in one small way, be able to help and shape a cadre of folks, younger people especially, to get them to see, hey, these are the right ways to do things, and this is how you can be more beneficial, more impactful. Again, listen, going into August, your birthday coming up, I'm kissing 50. And so I never thought, literally, it didn't hit me like, man, so you're almost 50. And that hasn't even hit me all these years, it's hitting now. And so when you start looking around, because you guys are saying something, Todd mentioned something else too, Ray, when you're talking about, you want to do these things when you're younger, you get older, you just want to be able to do it. It's funny now, I have a couple things going on with, a couple houses, trying to get them, cleaned up and eventually ready to be rented out. And so all my life, I've always been used to kind of doing most stuff by myself, or going full capacity 24/7. And then all of a sudden, like the last couple of years, but especially this year, I don't know what is going. Well, it's just funny, but I can feel the limitations more than ever before. But guess what? Mentally, I'm like, nothing to it. Let's do it. But when it comes out, man, why am I more tired than that? Why am I breathing so hard? And then, and I'm out here, I was with another young guy that I hope to introduce Todd to pretty soon. Young guy that has his own demolition company. He's about 27 years old, but he's just up on it. He's just rocking. And I kept thinking, you ain't 27, bro. You 49 now. You better stop trying to necessarily keep up with these young kids. These young kids, they don't get tired. That's how I gotta hold it up for a minute too. They go, listen, at the end of the day, they go home and they drink Kool-Aid and have a hamburger and wake up at 5 o'clock the next morning. I'm at 5 o'clock next morning. I'm rolling over sore trying to find Big Gay too. So it's the realities of life. And so you just have to start accepting that and just realize it's another thing. Listen, I'll give you another example. I know you understand this. It's the same way I was, and my father had passed in 2011. And so I was riding around with my aunt, his sibling, and her brother-in-law. And so and we were leaving, we were leaving with someone's house to go take care of some things, related. And so she was talking to him, had seen him in a minute. He had lost a lot of weight, and he was looking good. And so she said, man, you're really doing good, George. And he said, well, yeah, I'm We don't eat. I don't eat that red meat anymore, and I don't do this, I don't do that. And I'm listening to him. I'm like, my God, you don't eat food anymore. Really, what I'm hearing. And so he's just talking this, but he said something. You know what? It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle change. It's real honestly what it is. And I was like, when he said it, when he says a lifestyle change, I just rejected it in my spirit. I was like, I felt that I can't. I'm not changing like that. What's the point? I'm not changing like. I just remember that was my gutter to what. But in reality, you're right. You do. If you want to stay here a while, yeah, you do have to change it. If you instead of being kicked out here, you got to change it up, and that's a hard thing, Ray, that takes up.
Yeah, I before COVID, I went on a intermittent fasting routine and protocol, and I actually got this guy. I met this guy on YouTube, and I started just checking out some of his videos. And I got into this intermittent fasting routine and protocol. Mm-hmm. Now, he considers it a forward life type of situation. And I can't say that I've gotten to that point because there's times that, I may want to go off the schedule, but I still follow along with those principles. But I lost like 60 pounds in a matter of 4 months. And it was good. It's several different ones. You can do a 14-hour fast where you just basically drink tea, coffee, and water, for a 14-hour period, and then you go back to a calorie restrictive diet. Okay. Or you can go with a 16-hour. The one that I chose was called the Warriors diet at first, and it's a 20-hour fasting routine. You do this every day. You have a 20-hour window where you fast. You have black coffee, no cream, no sugar, or tea, or water, or sparkling water, some non-calorie drink. And so I got involved in that, and I felt better. It was easier, as far as my situation with the transplanted organ, the kidney transplant. It was easier on me with that, and my doctor was just, he couldn't talk about it enough. He wanted me to stay on that protocol. So I've been doing that. COVID came around, I probably gained like 10 pounds, and I started back on it. Yeah. And so I've been back on that, but I brought that up because it coincides with what you was just saying about your family members saying that, you got to do these things for life. Yeah. And you make these changes and how you saw changes that he had made, and that's true. Because as we get older, that food doesn't digest as much, even younger. It depends on what it is you eat. It may stay with you for a period of time. And, it's not healthy, especially for those who, may have certain goals, or, if you're planning on living a certain period of time, you just got to do things, you got to do things differently.
That's true. And in the older folks too, when we were young, the old folks at the time, even though they had a beer when they wanted to have a beer, they still had some fried chicken and some greens and cornbread every now and then. But everything was different. The food, the meat was different at that time. The water was different. Right. And what? And they actually had physical exercise all the way up damn near until they died. They were walking around. Right. And so, when you look at us, you're trying to do the same thing they were doing, but we don't have a lot of the good parts doctrine in it. I remember we were kids, and we were in Albany, Georgia, and it was so funny. My grandmother's house. It was you walk to the backyard of the house. There was a gate back there. It was a little alley, but it wasn't an alley like you see, think New York up north. It was just little dirt alley where all the houses, the houses on both sides of that alley have their respective yards. But that's how we have never hardly walked on the front of the street. We always went from her back porch, closed the door, then we went right down to the back of the yard, took the lock off the gate, closed the gate back. We walked right down that dirt alley. Hey, listen, We walked to the end of the corner. She had called a little taxi cab, and we would go to this store, Piggly Wiggly. I don't know if you've heard of that.
Mm-hmm.
Piggly
All
Wiggly.
over the South. All over the South.
I tell you, we go there just get that food and everything else too. But my grandmother, I mean, she well into her 70s, and we walked where we need to go, and it was nothing to it, And I just, I remember another time too. I would tell my cousin this because her birthday's in February, mine is in April. We're in the same years, but we used to be in my grandmother's house, and she always had her routines in the morning time. Hey, she had a cup of coffee. She would be in the kitchen, and she would sit down in the kitchen with her coffee, but she always drank coffee with a saucer, always with a saucer. And so a saucer in the cup. And what's so crazy is my parents, and I think, my mom and my aunt, I don't think they really approved of my grandmother letting us sip coffee, but this happened more times than not. It's just funny as a kid, you do stuff and you don't even think about it. So we'd be playing in the house, and I just remember my grandmother would be sitting at the table, and we would come we didn't know we were coming back to back. Like my cousin, it's not a playing, it's just we might be playing in the living room, and I might go into the bedroom to get something. I come back and I see my grandmother in the kitchen, and so I just run up to her and just run up to the side of her. And she would pour some coffee into the sauce, and we would lean into the sauce and sip from it, and take off going. I didn't know my cousin was doing the same thing. That years later, like we were older, and that was so funny. I said, then I thought, wait a minute. I said, Grandma, you were giving us coffee.
Mm-hmm.
They were young. Like, my God, you were giving us coffee and beer too. She actually let us take a couple sips of beer. Not like cans of beer, but we take a couple sips. We were sipping beer, Grandma. She said, yeah, y'all had too much energy. Oh, it was so bad. But it's just, those things, the building blocks for a solid childhood. And, I tear up sometimes when you look at some of these stories about these young kids that are in situations, unfortunately, where, the mom, she's, as a single woman, I'm sure she's tried everything she can to right a wrong decision. And, having kids having kids with somebody that really just didn't understand the beauty of what they were creating. They don't, and young guys don't understand. Most of them, the beauty of what they're creating. They just think, they're happy to get something and go. And, hey, no, you have lasting consequences there. So anyway, but I just remember, just the simplest stuff that we would do. Even she used to have the dump trucks come into the yard, and they would dump dumpster truckloads of sand into the back in her backyard. She had a huge, probably about 2-acre backyard, and there was a carport back there too. So the sand would be next to the covered carport, but we didn't know what it was a carport. We just knew it seemed like a little magical little back house to us. But yeah, when I grew up, I realized, that was actually almost like a mobile home with a carport attached to it, and we played underneath it with sand. Dude, we were out there playing all day. I mean, the memories of what we were doing. We were creating neighborhoods and kingdoms and stuff like that. From sun up until sundown, and that was life. And we were safe, we were cared for. You come inside, got something to eat, bam, get outside and finish playing. I just wish kids today had that same type of lifestyle, man. You didn't need money. We were just looked after. You had love. So anyways, that's what I just want the younger generation to be able to to get back to. Those, if you want to make good human beings, those are the ingredients right there. They don't cost a lot of money.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah, man.
Real love is really a cheap commodity.
It is. Kids, and kids really, I don't know, I guess you have the kids nowadays that, of course they like the iPads and all the electronic devices. I get it, but I think even before they get to that point when they're smaller, they don't, literally, man, some of them don't care between a old raggedy sock or a little stuffed animal. I think it depends a lot on how you make a home and how you create an environment around them to let their imaginations run wild. I've seen it on so many different swings, but again, you can tell the kids that just have grown up, they have a loving environment. So and that's just what I'm really about. So like a lot of times we have discussions about different issues and things like that. That's a really big thing to me. I hate seeing these kids get such a horrible start in life because they came in contact really with some monsters, and they become scarred life, and that carries over. The hurt hurts other folks, and so you have to be able to find a way to stop that. So that's just that's just kind of the things I want to be involved in helping to kind of correct. And when I heard for example when Todd had the replay earlier, and you were on there, and we were talking. I'm not even gonna go into the specifics of what that conversation was detailing, but the fact of the matter is, I remember telling you before, both of you guys, is that what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to take part in the silly debates because it's a waste of time at this point in 2021. And so it doesn't do anything to move us forward. At this point in time right now, we have to be concerned about how do we move the yardstick forward. That's all it is. This stuff has been debated, and people have expounded on points for generations now. But when you look back at where we are numbers-wise as a group, they speak for themselves. They don't speak well. So we have to really find a way to, we can still be civil. And I love hearing differences of opinion. But make no mistake, words don't build castles. And so we still got to find a way to make sure that, day by day we're building upon. Last night, that was building upon, brother. Last night was bricks. Last night was brick and mortar. And just to be able to give all these different strangers that have come together for a like purpose, empowerment, that's huge, man. Todd is 27, but he's helping like to say that's huge. That's huge.
Yeah. That's definitely. He told me about it, and he even mentioned to me some of the ones who previously were kind of like, shy or reserved about, speaking, that really came out into, the forum and just they were so comfortable that they were able to contribute. And that's what we want to do. That's what our goal is, I would say, and always get stuck at this point because it's such a wonderful thing. I always have to reiterate the excellence that comes out of what's going on at this point. And like you just mentioned, Todd being 27 and all the blessings that's being imparted to him, he shares, with everyone through his craft. But even more than that, Todd couldn't even have imagined that by creating a platform where he allowed a few people to incorporate their views, that it would turn into therapy. It would turn into a family type of environment, and that it would be where we are now. So, I give big props to that guy. That's my little brother, but I'm partial towards him because I've seen him grow as well. Prior to him with the son, I've seen him a lot, and I know, everybody who knows him would have to be proud of him. Because we gotta, even though Todd is intelligent, even though he knows this credit thing, like very few, and if they do, they're not coming out for whatever purposes to, kind of put it out there like that. So, I'm really proud of him, but we cannot take for granted that this is a young black man. And that is one of the biggest reasons. I ain't never been ashamed, or had no reserves to say that is one of the biggest reasons why I decided to even look at him. From the YouTube standpoint, I said, well, let me see what this guy. I saw him on there, and let me see what this guy talking about. And then after that took place, and I saw, okay, this guy is authentic. But even more than that, he's intelligent and he knows what he's doing. Yeah. And that was his determination. But I can't give him enough props because, you know, he's providing a service that you know, many people don't have the opportunity to really get, you know, like, I want to say if it wasn't, let's say, a younger black male whose persona gravitated to a lot of different ones on this channel, you know, a lot of people wouldn't be involving themselves in the importance of credit repair right now.
That's true.
I don't think that's not right. I don't think that's an undervalued or overrated statement. I think that's just what it is. A lot of people saw him and they said, okay, let me see what he is talking about. Some might even have said, you know, I mean, not maybe knowingly, but, you know, didn't know what to think. You know, like, oh, let me see what this guy, here goes somebody on here, let me see. You know, so with that being the case, now everybody knows this guy is genuine. He knows the credit, and he has an aura about himself that brings people together. He's a good guy. I like that guy. That's my little brother.
You know, man, another thing too that was funny when you talk about how you took a chance on him, you know, watching him on seeing him on YouTube. I don't remember exactly what I was looking for when I think I came across the first several videos, but it was obviously credit repair, and I think either credit repair or credit cards, you know. And so because that's what I tend to look at, eventually his stuff came into my scroll, so I click on it, and I'm looking at, you know, the videos. They were pre-recorded videos, they weren't lives. And so I'm watching and talking and everything, and the first couple times I'm like, who is this guy right here? Little mean little guy, all this attitude. I'm not going to be doing this. Too much long.
Oh, you called him big. You called him big, huh? Okay.
You know, you guys, I've been telling you guys need to get up and stop it. I'm going to fix everything. Like, who is this guy? What is he doing? I said, you know. And so 2 or 3 of the videos going out. And I'm not going to say on air what I told him, but I was watching a couple of videos. I said, okay, so, I know, blah, blah, blah. So I think this guy, I think he's from Detroit, you know. And so I just kept looking and saying, that's really interesting. And then he kept, you know, he did a couple more videos and talked about the credit repair. And again, I have just, no, he's talking about him doing credit repair. It wasn't a class. And so I remember thinking, he said, it was something that got my attention. He's making a video on it, and I think I commented on late payments maybe. And what's so funny, after I typed the comment in, and this cat did a video on it like the next day. And I was like, wow, he actually did a video on something, a question I asked, you know? Mm-hmm. I was really impressed by that. And so that's when I started really kind of looking a little bit more, and that was it, you know? Because again, no one else has that style. And so, you know, and that's why I keep saying before, I don't see, there's not competition. Because when it comes right down to it, everybody's doing a different thing, and at the end of the day, they're you know, the proof is genuinely in the pudding. And I know this because the person that I had gotten with right before Todd, about a month or 2 before Todd, I had also seen, you know, doing a couple of YouTube videos, and you know, I saw the whole layout of, you know, the claim to fame, or I can get this done, I can get this done. So I started taking on it, and then I like the approaches, I like the activity, but there was a goose egg there when it came down to actual results. There was nothing there. I see all the, you know, I see the running here and sending to the post office, certified mail. I see all that. I see coming back, but I didn't see one thing get taken off. And so I was really done with this, Ray. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna chill. This thing is what it is, and I was really getting frustrated fighting this little stupid collection. And so, but after I got with Todd and we started talking, and he was just infectious from the first conversation. I literally told him, dude, don't you have somebody else, another plan to talk to you? Too much time, but I know you got to have some other people. I feel guilty taking all that time from him, you know. And he's like, man, no, I'm good. Don't worry about it, this and that. And so it was on and popping from there. And you just know you can pick up on a person's energy and on a vibe, in terms of what they're motivated by. But that's what I was gonna say, Ray. What got me about what sold me on Todd was I remember when I was younger and I had a lot of energy and I had a lot of great ideas and I wanted to do a lot of stuff. And I remember there were a few older guys that just could not fathom a younger cat coming along and all this competition, and they saw it as a threat. Because I picked up on that, then the dynamic was off ever since. And so I just remember then the feeling of how it felt when the older cats, instead of embracing you, fought you. And so that's why I want this guy to, I want to support his push to, hey, whatever it is you're doing, you want to be on live 6 hours, 12 hours a day, fine, go do it. Do whatever it is you feel that you want to do. Don't let anybody try to talk you down on something, because they will try to talk you down based on their fear, their inabilities. So that's why I was like, I'm gonna put you. Hey, whatever you want to do, I'll push you. I'm behind you. You figure out I want to do something else, but it's not for me to piss on your dreams. So I remember that, man. These older cats, and here's the sad part. Knowing what I know now as I get older, all they had to do, those older cats, all they had to do was just get out of the way, and happens going to happen, because at the end of the day, either a person's going to rise or fall based on these ideas, these dreams, and everything that you want to do. But when you made a deliberate effort to try to pain or to block me, well, what did you do? You just filled, and I'm already a young bull anyway. You just filled me up with piss and vinegar to want to fight. So knowing that as we get older with our experienced minds, you already know the best way to be able to. Listen, my boss can say something. Say, hey, you want something done? Give it to a busy person. And I heard that a couple times. Like, huh? So, well, that is true. You want something done? Give it to a busy person, because a busy person knows how to prioritize and they know how to multitask. And so, we just recognize it is what it is. Stop trying to get in front of the train. If anything, grab a hold of it and ride it down the track. That's it.
Right. Well, you were spot on all of that, especially as far as the situations where you get people. And I'm gonna say people because it comes in all formats. You really touched on the male part, but it happens from all genders. But you get people, males, who will see and notice that you're aspiring to accomplish something, and may not take the time to even try to acquisition what it is that you're saying, what it is that you're offering, anything. And like you said, they just, it may be a scenario where they don't care to try to figure out what it is because of your age, or your plan may actually be better than theirs. And instead of trying to collaborate with you, they may say, well, internally they may internalize that they don't want to get involved with it, right? For whatever situation.
Like says,
it's just out of jealousy, or
what time you want me to tell her to drop them off?
Out of disdain for your intellect, or your personal your personal aspiration.
I can't hear you.
To be successful, what have you? Because
okay, bye.
I always have, and I knew once I saw Todd on here, I was going to see what the video, what it entailed, because I was just moments away from choosing another credit repair person off of YouTube. And he told me, he said, well, maybe you still want to check that individual out, and I told him there's no need for me to do that. I don't need to do that. I'm not going to do that. I know where I want to go now. No, that's definitely what I did, but I need to address one other thing too that was really funny to me when you said it. Todd did go through this stage of where he was very firm about what he wasn't going to do. And typically you say, well, wait a minute, is this a new style of I mean, is this like the 2020 version of, of Black Enterprise? I mean, what is this? Because I've never known that you put it to the consumer this way and still be in the business. But what it was, though, Mr. Media, is for so many months, Todd had given so much of himself. And I'm not even going to say his business because what he did basically was offer his services to everyone that he deemed was serious and wanted to, get their credit repaired and that was going to do right by what they received from him and then their personal lives. So he was looking to better each individual as well as provide a service and then, take care of himself, create a profit because this is his business, and take care of his family. But with all that he was doing, with all the different offers and specials and products, that's what we get kind of lost in. Okay, so yes, he's a guru, as been stated in repair and credit. Okay, he can remove inquiries. Okay, he can get rid of late payments. Okay, he can offer up credit advice. What's your next step as far as getting a better profile, getting a better score? Okay, yeah. He has a credit removal class and product. Okay, he has inquiry removal products. Okay, he has business products. Okay, and all of this came from. This is what's important for everybody to understand. This guy was doing all of this per individual client without software, writing out letters, taking letters to the post office, staying up hours and hours doing live, hundreds and hundreds of videos. So he was doing all of this for his clients as well as those potential clients, as well as those who may have not even been in a position at that time to become a client because his videos are free. Yeah. So, so imagine putting all this time and effort into a group of people where he could actually say, I'm in business. My business is profitable. I know what I'm capable of doing. And I've been really more than fair to everyone. But I have people who not really taking full advantages of the services that's being provided. They're not really, appreciating the value because they want to, not necessarily maybe abide by the standards of set payment or, terms or what have you. Already I'm giving out, percentages off. I'm giving, so many hours to participate. It was a lot of things that this young man did just as I'm going to help the next individual out, putting himself and his wife, like in a position where, I'm going to help everybody, but then he had to as well, take care of himself and everything else. So, it was just so much involved. So when he did get on there on a video and said, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that, it was more than warranted because I want to say this and I'm going to get up off of it because, I'm partial to God, but I'm going to say this and I'm going to get up off of it. So at one point in time, when Todd found out that he and his queen was bringing a prince into this world, he started scheduling how he was going to take his clients. And this guy made projections each week. Some of them was day to day. as to how you could see it unfold. If anybody who had been with him for the last year or 10 months or however long it was, you could actually see him week by week, month by month, still accommodating the consumer, but yet juggling the birth, the anticipated birth of his prince to be, still needing to structure time and allocate that time to his wife who needed him at that time, but yet he still accommodated these consumers. And I mean, you know, he ain't bragging by the fact that he's got over 2,000 clients. So imagine doing all of that along with a pregnancy, taking care of his wife. Still, you know, I mean, anybody who's been involved with a pregnancy knows that at some point in time, you know, if there's a father or a male in the picture, your responsibilities go way past, you know, just rubbing a stomach or just sitting around. Or you doing a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, you reshaping how you do things. Period. Yeah. You're turning it. You're evolving into a different type of person, and that's what he did. And yet, still, you know, taking care of his responsibilities. He just wasn't getting clients. I mean, he was, but he just wasn't getting clients. He was taking care of his responsibilities to his wife. You know, he still had to have time for himself. You know, so it was a lot going on. So I know exactly the point of time that you're talking about. I know exactly when that was. And you know, if anyone at that, because I recall it was different comments that he got, you know, from different people, and it may be some people now, you know, that would get to view this live, or if it becomes a video or whatever. You know, they may hear this, and now they have a better understanding because this guy wasn't, you know, it didn't, if it came off that, you know, he was a little disgruntled, it wasn't that. It was that he had performed a service to many, many thousands of people, because when I say thousands, I could say tens of thousands, because just because someone doesn't click a like on your video, you know, we can see views, but that's not always accurate either. You know, the amount of views that's on that platform or that's counted is not always accurate either.
That's right. Yeah,
and I'm not going to get in, we know, I'm not going to get into that part because there's certain situations where if I'm YouTube and I'm paying a person on a channel to perform on this channel, and we have a relationship or an agreement, and you've been on here, you got a certain amount of clients or a certain amount of viewers, and your viewership is growing. Hey, I may bump you up a little bit, because with interest to others, they're going to say, "Oh, look at him, he got 400,000 viewers. Well, let me see what's the big deal over here that he got this many viewers." Yeah. You know, so what we need to do, everyone who comes in contact with Excellent Credit Matters, Todd Givens, and all of these live and videos, we need to subscribe. We need to like and share and do all that we can to keep this format going and to keep him, you know, keep his notoriety where it is, because if we ever want to properly get in a position to where we all have the type of credit, the type of profiles we want, we got to make sure that this man continue to get his opportunity to enhance and keep people abreast of what's going on, because that's how it's going to happen.
Absolutely. And I just like what you said, I didn't know, because I actually had not come in contact with him through most of the struggle and most of the come up, you know. And so, like I said, it's just something. It's funny when you say, what kind of methodology is this? Is this the new marketing? You know, it was just hilarious. But one thing about it, I was still watching, and so I told myself, you know, people know what they like. There's one thing about this medium, social media, but YouTube in general. YouTube is different because YouTube is more of a you can't do the tricks of Facebook and Instagram and TikTok on YouTube. Now, YouTube is actually running. YouTube is allowing me to consume almost every angle. So I'm seeing I can get a better idea of who you are by watching solid material, solid content for a few hours. After about 7 hours worth of time, I think one woman said that's what people decided if they're gonna lock in on you or not. And so, but again, like I said, I really felt some type of way because it was clear that you had a person who was genuinely frustrated with experiences of in the past. And I said, well, it's fun. You actually start getting on here and you, when they see the live content, actually, you know what? I'm going to ledge here, Mr. Nelson. I'm going to go on a ledge and say something. The person in those videos a couple weeks ago is not the same person right now.
No.
Not the same person right now. That's actually, it reminds me of like sometimes some of the butterflies that have to go through the metamorphosis where they end up cocooning, and then when they emerge from the cocoon, they're a beautiful butterfly. I think he's in that process now where he may not have even sprouted the wings just yet because, he's still developing and enhancing the medium, but he's on that path. He's cocooning right now. But yeah, it's funny. You look at this stuff now, it's like, I understand better. I get where it's coming from, but that's not the same. It's not the same person. And so, and that's due to the fact that as he's developing his business and he's developing what the next phase is, he's created another energy, and that energy has attracted another set of folks. And that set of folks, I think, creating another synergy is where he's going for the next build-up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. I can even say that I want to say I concur fully because I have seen him evolve, like you just said. And it's been an evolution of a mentality. It's been a business evolution. It's been a personal evolution. And he's even become more of he's more of a person's person, if anybody understands.
Yeah.
He has taken so much of his personal energy and shared it with others that he's converted that over into the existing platform we have now.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Because you know what? The people that he has as a core right now, the energy in those videos past, it doesn't work now. It can't work. There's no home for it. When you get a chance to really catch up and look at that video, Ray, you're really going to. It's funny. I'm not going to say. I tell you what. I'm not going to say what I think you'll feel. I will wait till after you look at it, and then we'll have a powwow on it. But I just know that the person, like I said, the mind space that they had it in from a couple weeks ago is a different thing. You actually can't go there because the folks that were on that live stream last night, there's love there. There's love there.
Yeah. I'm already aware. Yeah. It is a wonderful thing.
Mm-hmm. I take it for it. Yeah. So how's Fred doing?
Fred's doing good. He's at home, spending some quality time with his family. He's another good young man. I know some of the struggles that he's had in his past because we've been close enough to share, some of our life history. And life hasn't always been kind to him, but he's always been a fighter with it. And it has gotten him where he is today. He's one hell of a truck driver. But even more than that, he's one hell of a father and one hell of a good guy. That's my a brother too.
Wow.
And so it was my privilege because he and I had several conversations about credit. And it was something that I had assisted him with myself. But I told him, if you really want full benefit of getting your credit together, I've got to align you with my credit guy. And that's when the door opened up for me to introduce him to Todd. And as we all know, about maybe 10 days ago, it is that long, but about 10 days ago, same individual Fred that we're speaking of had 18 hard inquiries removed. So when you try to evaluate or get the opportunity to evaluate the importance of a Todd Givens as far as his credit is concerned, as far as the individual that he is, it's a good thing. Me and Fred was talking to him one day, talking to Todd on the phone one day. And we all just it was a good conversation. We was like we had grew up together. And that's another testament to Todd because, he gives those vibes. I come as I am, and there's no big I, little you to me. Right. What you see is what you get, and I'm gonna treat you fair. But yeah, Fred, that's my trucker brother, and that's my brother, man. He's a really good guy, and I see a good credit future ahead of him. I just gotta keep enforcing upon him the importance of certain measures, and get him to be a little more patient, understanding the process. Like Todd always says, enjoy the journey.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of people have got to learn to do.
Yeah.
They learn that there is a struggle. If we weren't so undisciplined in our past credit activity, then we wouldn't feel the big need now to have everything right now. Because we didn't have the responsibility in the past of paying bills and being committed to whatever contract we signed or committed to, we wouldn't be so anxious about not enjoying the journey of credit repair now.
Exactly. And unfortunately, because of his results, it makes the journey a little bit more bearable. But I'm just telling you, we all know that when you deal with these other cats, at best, you don't see any type of positive movement until almost 2 months out, man. At least 2 months. You very rarely see anything within 30 days. So, for having a relationship with Todd, man, right now, the way he's setting up a program, somebody's gonna see results in the first 24 hours you sign up with. Who else is doing that? Nobody does that. You literally, depending on your level of, per credit union, what the point spread is, you literally can have it. Like I think Fred, based upon what he just did with taking off his 18 inquiries, Fred has space now to go apply for a credit card in addition to waiting for his credit, waiting for his credit report to be repaired, because usually that kind of that number of inquiries coming off of one bureau creates enough space for you to be in striking distance of at least some of these decent credit cards. Who does that? Nobody else. I ain't heard none of these other guys on that YouTube platform even come close to proposing something like that. So, come on, man. The thing is just it's a special thing, and so you know what, we were I got that another call come in. Something over in Alabama. That's not one of y'all called me, is it?
No.
Alabama.
You know,
Alabama is Desmond.
that may be Desmond East. He's from Alabama.
Oh.
But
You know, let me. I'm gonna click over real quick, y'all.
okay.
Mr. Nelson,
Thank you, son.
what I do? What I do?
I mean, you can hear it for yourself. I know you're one of the most modest people. We know that. We know that. But I just want to, while I have you here, thank you for all the things, not what you do, not what did you do, what you continue to do. So I just want to say thank you because, you know, like you just mentioned, once you see immediate results. So we may have to contour our statement about immediate gratification because there's some people who get immediate gratification. You know, there's a lot of people that's getting immediate gratification. You know, some people in the past might have waited a few months, needed to wait a few months. This is Dominique on the other line here.
Oh, that was her calling in. I what's going on now?
Hold on one second, I'm trying to add her in. Hold on one second.
Go ahead. Okay.
I can do it.
Oh, you know, maybe hey Todd.
Yes, sir.
How do we? I think Desmond is trying to tap in. Are we able to do that?
Of course.
Okay, we'll leave it in your hands then.
You want me to do it?
Yeah.
All right.
Your call has unlimited credit card. And so, as she was telling me, he's kind of questioning he's questioning maybe if Todd can do that. So she has him in position to find out more about Todd. And so that's what we're going to do now. But that's just another testament to his outreach and to his ability to assist. Because here again, some very fortunate person is going to get the opportunity to get their life's credit in a better position. And we got to remember how we do what we do with our credit is pretty much on us. He can pay it, but we in position to do as much as we can for it. And
Yes, Desmond. You on three-way with Mr. Media and Mr. Nelson.
hey, Desmond. Hey.
Good. Desmond.
Yeah.
I was just telling them how you fell asleep last night on the radio. Talking about that.
Uh-oh. That ain't so.
Come on now. You want to want to sleep. This is me.
Hey, Desmond. Desmond.
Yeah.
I said you wasn't asleep. I heard you was just saying a prayer. I heard you was just extending a friendly prayer for Todd.
Okay, Todd, Mr. Media, and Mr. Ray.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a friend on the phone that I was trying to tell. I was just talking about you all.
Okay.
I was telling him that Todd, I was discussing credit, and he was saying he wants some credit so he can some cards to get him some high limit. And I was telling him, Todd, let him know what you got to tell him.
All right, wait. Hold on. Let me hear the scenario again.
I said I have a friend on the phone. I was trying to call you, but we all got phone at the same time, so he could talk with you.
Is he on there now, Disney?
Yeah, is that fine?
What's his name?
His name is Steve. He's one of my classmates.
Steve?
Steve.
Steve. Okay. Are you there, Steve?
That's a bit of film. Hello?
Steve. Yeah, I may not click him in, but do you all mind if I call him?
Yeah, that's fine.
Please do. Please do.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Yeah. Okay.
Please do.
Awesome. Hey, Ray, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Any other credit repair channels doing this?
Not at all. You know what?
Take your time to think about it first.
No, I don't have to think. I don't have to even take the time. That's just like when I had talked with Todd and decided he was going to be the one who was going to assist me with my life thing. I don't even have to think about it. I already know that. But what I will say is this. Mr. Gibbons may, in the future, and we may assist him or offer some suggestions or opinions or whatever is necessary. Because I don't know what, I know pretty much from a standpoint, the technical side, but he's going to have to reformat everything because right now, these phone lines are not going to suffice. He's going to need some other, go ahead.
Now, my phone it won't click him in for some reason, and he just told me to call him back. But whenever we all get off the phone, is it fine for a call with somebody? I don't know whose number it's who, but besides Mr. Ray Nelson and Todd, I don't know. I really want you on, Mr. Meter, because I know you just got approved for that Amex card.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Those would be the guys to get in contact with in regards to those high limit cards, because Todd and Mr. Media, Todd assisted and really put in the legwork for that to occur, and Mr. Media provided the discipline and the activation to go ahead and do that. So those guys are who you would want to speak with. But if he has any questions, if he has any questions about the legitimacy of Todd, then you need to point him in my direction. Because I can get you.
Because I didn't know Mr. Media your phone number or which one was it. I was just calling the phone number trying to make sure it was him or not. But I got to touch you. But then Todd called me. I was like, yes, this is perfect one right here.
Well, feel free to call interchange that conversation between that gentleman and Todd. But anytime you have anybody who wants to question the legitimacy or wants to get any further information on Todd's ability, feel free to call me any point in time of the night.
Yeah.
I'll never be too sleepy.
He's bad, man. He's bad.
Hey, Desmond, what does Steve, he wants, let me ask you this question. How does he position himself so far? Like I know he said he wants high limit cars, but what kind of position is he in right now?
He had good credit standing.
Really?
The highest thing, the only thing he's on his credit, he said he had one late payment. And I told him he could talk with Todd about that because I could help him, but, Todd taught me that stuff and I don't want to take his credit and stuff for that.
Oh, Lord.
So I would guide people to him for that to a point that I would feel comfortable. You know what I'm saying?
No,
I just don't want to take over nobody's stuff and use it for myself like the other guy did with Todd.
It's a whole little, it's a difference. I mean, I wouldn't have gave it to you if I didn't want you to utilize it.
Okay, so now I heard it from your mouth. I just try to be, I try to be right,
But Desmond,
What's up?
if I can say something, and if you would, just kind of think about this, and I want everyone else to think about what I'm about to say, and incorporate it into their opinions. Now, Todd does. I mean, that's the reason he says that all the time. He wants other people to learn how to repair credit. So what he did is directly so that you can assist others. But and it's good that you felt that way, but that's not how he feels.
Yeah, I know he don't feel that way, but I just have to make sure.
Right, but I would say this though. I would say this, and Mr. Media, if you find this worthy of disagreeing, or if anyone has an opinion, please express it. But Ms. Desmonique, I would say still go ahead and allow Todd to consult with this individual, because yes, you did learn how to do it, and I'm quite certain you would be very effective, because we all have chimed in and been on Todd's channel and been informed well enough to do it. But since this individual, and I won't say was suspicious, I won't use that, but since this individual wanted to firsthand have observation of Todd's skills, I think it would still be a good thing to allow that to take place, because then it's not like you're still in Todd's credit, but you're allowing this occurrence to take place to prove and show what Todd's experience is, and it'd be great for the channel as well. Because what we want to do, we want to affirm. I know with me, I was telling Todd, in fact, earlier today, it was a gentleman who had come to my truck wanting to know how he could get hired through the company. So I gave him that information. But you can ask Todd, in the same tone and same time that I was giving him this information, I was asking him, but how is your credit? Because I'm on the phone right now with my credit specialist. If you have any situation, my credit specialist can help you with this. So one of the reasons why I did that is because we are a family. And this is a family business yet and still. Even though this is Todd's business, he has incorporated enough into us and allowed us with very minimal cost to be business owners too. And each one of us, after we get done and after we keep these classes and obtain these products, will be as well, maybe not as thorough as Todd, but we'll be at that point that if we decided to, we could operate out of the confines of credit repair. So it's not stagnating your growth or your earning potential as far as the credit repair goes. But I just think personally, since you had mentioned Todd, and since this is who this guy wanted to find out about, it would be a good thing to go ahead and push that through in that manner. Because ultimately, for every person and every client that Todd has, and we are clients and friends and family of his channel grows, he grows, and with his growth, we grow. Because he has stated a number of times, if you support me, I support you. Hey. And he's been super supportive of me.
Yes, but like the credit stuff, I mean, I told him that I could probably help him with the late payment. But with the credit card, I know Todd is the he's the subject matter expert in that area.
Exactly.
Well,
yeah, so that's why I wanted him to
Desmonique.
Or him to probably give a testimony of how Todd is, because you know how people are. A lot of people don't believe that things can be done like that, because you know how a lot of people look at credit like, oh no, but he wasn't doubting that. I just said, well, I'm not going to talk. I'm just going to get him on the phone.
Well, in short, anytime you have any disbeliever, send them my way.
Yeah, that's why I had to try to call you. I wanted to call Mr. Media, but I said, I don't know which one of his phone number in this group. I didn't know if it was the 313 or the...
Nah, 248, 3...
I was actually clicking over to get you, but by the time I came over, it had dropped off, and then you called Ray. So you were good. Just lock it in.
Desmonique.
Okay. Right. What's up,
hang up the phone because it seemed like we can only have 4 people on the call. Hang up the phone and then give them my number, and then I'll patch them in with all of us.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay.
Yeah. So just have them call me.
You want him to call you, right?
Correct.
All right.
All right, we'll be waiting on that.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So yeah, you know what? I'm gonna say something else too. This goes another. This goes also to one of the things that I have always wanted to kind of help. Well, I don't know how to explain it, but you know, I used to. A lot of my family's from Southwest Georgia, so I'm familiar with the dynamics of small towns, the politics of them, and unfortunately, sometimes the carryover plantation mentality that's there on both sides of whites and blacks. One of the things, because I have more of a Detroit upbringing than I do Southern, my mentality is Detroit. My culture is Southern, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So when I'm down there, I know how to behave and have mannerisms of the South, but my mentality is running at Detroit speed. And so one thing about Detroiters, Todd knows this too, but one thing about Detroiters have been used to running things. You've been a majority black city, black mayors, black city council, black government. So it's nothing for us to, know how to control a system, to run a system, to benefit from a system, especially a governmental system. So when you know what the game is, and you go to another area, game is really game. It's just a matter of the chairs, the table, and so a lot of times I'd be down there, and I can see what's going on. It's like I used to get so frustrated with the pace of not the pace, with the mentality of a lot of the locals there. It's on the black side. I used to get frustrated with the fact that, hey, you guys don't realize how much power you have. You don't realize that you're really the majority of the town. Now, if you guys started voting the right way, you have all this stuff locked up, and instead of you being working for somebody else, so you have your own companies, running your own companies. That was a big reach, and I kind of learned early on as a young man, being down there in that system, that okay, it's you're almost swimming upstream with that type of approach. So you had to kind of modify it a little bit to adjust to the local crowds. So I say all that to say that where she, but here's the thing, I still see so much potential because that's where really the growth could be once you sit down and once you develop a really good plan of how to reach out and to develop new business relationships. Where you are in Mississippi, I don't think we had this conversation, but one of my cousins is in just outside of Jackson, Mississippi. His name is Carlton Turner. They have this program he started called Sip Culture, and what he's doing is tremendous because he's formed a nonprofit down there. He's a grant writer. And what he's doing is he's using music programs as a background to create a nonprofit that is
Mr. Media.
purchasing land in the area that is in that small city. And so he's bringing in these grants. He's one of the things that I realized what it is, which is really smart, is what he's trying to do. Well, no, what he is, they not trying. What he is doing, he's developing a community development program that is using grant monies that can be accessed from big Fortune 500 companies to bring resources to that project. So these young kids, they're predominantly black, but it's not a totally black thing. It's just majority black because that's where the city is. It's anybody that wants to participate. But these guys are coming in, man, and they're buying up land inexpensively because I think land is still expensive there. And they're teaching the kids. They themselves, the locals, the kids doing the program, they're repairing the houses. They're putting on the new roofs. They're the ones that are putting on the new siding. They're developing a commercial grade kitchen that can be used to make their own products so they can sell in their own stores. If you actually look it up on Facebook, it's called Sip Culture, SIPP Culture. And I was blown away. I actually flew down there to check him out about a year and a half ago. And one of the things I really admire about what Carlton is doing is that he's going about it uh, in a very matter of fact. I won't say low key because he's not sneaking around doing it, but it's so sophisticated that they don't see him coming. And you have to be that way in the area.
You have to be that way.
You know, I don't have the skill level to do what he's doing, which is what makes it tremendous. Because at some point the ego starts to flare up when you encounter that other culture, and so that is what that is. But he's custom made for it, but they do not see it coming. And when I really sat, because we went to a coffee house right outside of Jackson, and we were talking. And he was telling me, he said, you have to still keep in mind, although it may be, 2020, this is still Mississippi. And, all the things that come along with that, and, you just have to tread carefully in some respects, but understand, at the same time, the importance of really building something that has long legs to it. So if you ever get the chance to look that up, I highly encourage you. If you ever bump into him, man, or I'll point you in that direction. But he is a tremendous guy, very intelligent, and just a true community person, man. Listen, and let me tell you something else too. The first time I met them, I had to be about, I want to say 15. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I heard something. Okay. First time I met him was around 2010. It was a family reunion that was in Jackson, Mississippi. That's my first time even. I think that might have been. No, it wasn't my first time in Mississippi. It was my first time actually being at a residence in Jackson, actually interacting with local families and stuff. And so I drove there with my uncle. And when we got to the place, they stayed over somebody's house, but where the family union site was being held was at their house, and so they're out in the country. But man, I was so impressed. The acres that they have, probably 100 acres out there, and a nice little ranch style house. But they actually had it wasn't quite a farm, but it also was not just fields being overgrown. They had crops growing out there. They had built a beautiful outdoor shed, and they made their own concrete pad for it. And that shed was huge, man. I mean, it looked like something Lowe's or Home Depot put up to market to sell. And I just remember just marveling at the layout of the land, because my parents have about 50 acres outside of in South Georgia as well, and that seemed big. These guys dwarfed that in size. And what just impressed me was, number one, this is a black family, and they seem to be in lockstep. Guess what? No Mercedes outside, no BMWs outside, a pickup truck, a little Toyota or a Lexus, something like that, and just plain Jane as it could be. But these guys were so mechanized. It was mechanized sophistication. My dog kept dropping, especially coming from, I think I was staying in Atlanta at that time. So, whereas, in Atlanta, everything is smoke and mirrors, that type of thing. You're so worried about trying to impress somebody else, you going broke, trying to make sure you drive around a used, dying BMW just to keep up appearances. And here I am with some real folks, and they ain't worried about nothing. They got you on their property. They have probably 2 or 3 cows worth of beef ribs cut up and all. And you know what? I just sat back and watched the beauty of this family sophistication. There were no arguments, no fights. You actually felt like they were enjoying you as a distant cousin coming into their space and enjoying what they had to offer. It was magical. And so I kept telling them, man, I cannot believe this. This is just beautiful, man. And it was a muted elegance. So I never forgot that. And so Carl and I I really need to stay more in contact with him too. But I'm bringing this up because what Desmonique is doing right now is just what you did earlier in that truck is just another example. You're right. This can develop into, depending on the user's preparedness and readiness, it really is a business, because who does not have a credit issue at some point in time? Who does not know someone or have someone in the family that doesn't have a credit issue? So it's a business. Whenever you're ready for it, yeah, it's a business. But the great thing about it is that At some point, once we can kind of sit down and have other powwows, we did a credit repair powwow last night. Well, guess what? There might be other powwows. There might be business opportunity powwows, investment powwows. We have the power to do anything we want to do. But to really be able to pick the locale and to focus on those areas, or just talk, just strategize. So you know what, this is the area we should look at, especially when you have the folks that you think that can help bring something to the table. Ray, I'm gonna tell you something. I was so impressed, Bobby and Gigi. Bobby and Gigi. You can just see their sophistication as well. So you can just, I'm telling you, I was telling Todd today, Todd, I would love to do like a little southern meetup. That's how I fly you down there. You got Ray down there in the south. You got, I thought the ladies were both in the south, but I think only Bobby is. I think he was saying somebody's in Ohio and somebody else is probably in Atlanta, in the Georgia area. Desmond Eke is in Alabama. And I was like, hey, that ain't nothing. For people that live outside, the 4 or 5 hour drive either way to, going west, going east, that ain't nothing. On a Saturday to get together and talk and, meet up or something like that. So that might be a cool little thing just to do to further things along. But I'm telling you, this is the right kind of thing to go into those small towns and to be able to establish relationship with those folks down there, because guess what? If they don't have bad credit, guess what they do have? They have underperforming credit. So they may not have a whole bunch of derogatory negative marks, but yet they ain't got nothing on there. You don't have any cards on there to begin with. You don't have a credit strategy. And I know that for a fact. Because why? Because hey, they just been doing good to hey, got the Chevy Impala waxed up. That thing works. I go down to the textile mill. I work 5-6 days a week. I come home. We watch football on weekends. Am I lying, Ray?
No, that's very correct. I mean, that's very correct. And the only thing that I would mention being in the South, I can't yet claim being a Mississippian because of what you said earlier on. I'm originally from Illinois, and like your relative mentioned, Mississippi is still the Mississippi of years ago, and because of that, I have not yet been able to align myself with that geographical area to call it home. But I do enjoy the country environment. I do very much so enjoy the country environment. But people in Mississippi, blacks in Mississippi, they work extremely hard. They work extremely hard. And for the little funds that they get, they do allocate it well. And just to piggyback on what you were saying, and this would be important to Todd, in terms of opening up a venue in the southern areas, or like you said, in small towns. A lot of people, when you go to, and this shocked me, but when you go to Mississippi, you see a ton of newer cars. Really? A ton of them. Like in Illinois and Michigan, you see, you may see a lot of younger people, but they have older cars. You see a lot of younger people in Mississippi with newer cars. So that tells me, when I see it, either creditors are giving them a chance on terms of their employment, or have newer vehicles. They have been somewhat aligning themselves with positive credit.
That's true.
It can only be those two things.
Mr. Media,
Yes, sir.
I was trying not to cut you off. We had Steve on. He was waiting for about at least 20 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then there's Monica's on the phone as well.
Okay, sorry. You could have cut me off any time, brother.
Nah. There's Monique.
Yes.
All right, we got a 5-way going, 5-way call.
Well, Desmond, why don't you introduce Mr. Steve?
Hello, everyone. This is Steve Oker. He's my classmate. Him and I have been very good friends for a very long time. And we had a group text message today with our classmate. And I was just like, which one y'all want me to get y'all credit? before I started my credit repair business. Then I called Steve, and him and I just started talking about it, and then I was just explaining him some things, and he was talking to me about some things, and then he was like, I really want those high credit card limit, and I was like, well, I got the right man for you to do that. But he was like, right now I'm not truly ready because I got a few things on my credit. I think I'm gonna call him. I said, no, I'm gonna call him right now. But he's like, come on, Destiny. I want to be really ready when I get everything right. But Steve, is he on, Mr. Todd?
Hold on, let me see. No, he just hung up. He was on there.
Huh.
Did you say you let us slide with him?
If you're listening,
No, he was on there at first. No, he was on there at first.
I tell you what, you know what? Sorry, maybe I'll get off because I want Ray to stay on. Ray is the chairman. You guys get off and I'll.
No, Mr. Media, no.
you would have to
No,
stay
you
on.
gotta
Mr.
stay,
You would have
yeah.
to stay on, Mr. Media. I'm going to get off because you can attest to the significance with your card.
No, wait, no.
I can always be available for him if he wants any information as the validity of the services that tied off.
Wait, hold on. We ain't gotta do all that. I just said he was on the call, he hung up. What's Desmond?
Okay.
Desmond, give me the number. I'm gonna call him.
It's 334-707-0018.
To Atlanta, then you got Birmingham.
He didn't answer.
Huh.
Yeah, I go to Atlanta, and that's a major airport that we go to. Sometimes I go to Columbus, Georgia, but the tickets are higher there.
Yeah. Atlanta be a better spot for you. You're right about that.
Yeah, Montgomery.
You want to try to call him one more time, see what get him on?
Me or Todd?
Hung up again.
Me or Todd?
Oh, well, Todd said he tried to call him again and he didn't answer.
Well, I think he probably didn't call because of my area code. I mean, he probably didn't answer because of my area code. That's the only thing I can think of.
Oh, well, maybe send him a message, Desmond, so we'll try one more time. If not, you can always talk to Todd later, but I'd love to get him on and we can all have a group talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah. But, hey, Ray. Ray still there?
I think he hung up because he probably was trying to call Steve.
No, Mr. Nelson is on the phone.
Ray. Ray Nelson.
I'm still here.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I was, but no, that's interesting. You know what? I can't speak for the young cats in Mississippi in terms of where they're working, but to me it seems like, from what I've seen, it seems like the young blacks in Mississippi, it seems like, are they can tech jobs or something, Ray? Are they doing more tech stuff or like their own little businesses or something?
Well, in Mississippi, it's still mostly labor.
Okay.
The majority, and it's because of the geographical locations of businesses. You have Nissan, you have the Continental Tire Plant, which just recently opened. You have a few, you have entities like that for the majority of the parts, and then you still have factories like processing plants.
Yeah.
So for the majority of the parts, it's still that labor factor, but evidently, it's got to. know it's hard to explain, Mr. Media. The only way that I can explain it is that the financial institutions in Mississippi have developed a strategy to take a chance on lower income individuals because these jobs are not higher income. These are 10, 15 at most type of jobs. $10, $15 an hour type of jobs. So it's not a lot of income. They've taken the initiative to take a chance on the consumer, which is really kind of interesting because you either have developed credit or you have someone who has collateral to put down for you or have co-signed. But you see a ton of new cars. I mean, younger people, you don't see older cars like you do in Chicago and, in Illinois and areas. You see a ton of people in new cars.
Wow.
I haven't seen an old car in a long time.
Gigi said, "Hey, y'all."
Hey, Gigi.
He said he's talking to his mom right quick, and he'll text me when he get off the phone.
I wish I could talk to my mom, so enjoy that time, Steve.
Okay.
Amen to that, brother. I was talking to Tom, just, I really miss the South. I don't even know how I ended up came back to well, I do know actually what I came back to try to transfer for another, work location. But I actually I miss the rhythm of the city. And because of what I mean by that, especially seasonal rhythms, because it's, even in a small, Desmond, we were talking about my parents now are in South Georgia, like down there where Thomasville and Macon, Cairo. No, not Macon. I'm sorry, Thomasville, Cairo, Albany, that kind of. Have you ever heard of those areas?
Yeah, that's not too far from me.
Look at that. And so I actually, because I was telling some friends of mine, ideally, I always thought about maybe I might relocate. I might go back to Atlanta. But ideally, I want to do something in Florida, like Port St. Lucie or even West Palm. Or even Sarasota. I like those areas. But I think now everything is so priced out of reach because of what last year. I'm like, you know what? It's going to be a while before things settle in. And I said, you know what? There was really nothing wrong with South Georgia because I could always, get on the road to get to the airport and go where I need to go. But what I miss is there's just a rhythm to those areas. It's not expensive. It's family oriented, and it's laid back. It's not, you're alert. Your guard is not always up.
Yeah.
It's just easier to kind of move around. Plus, family's already there anyway. So I was just like, you know what? I know already. I would not be here December of 2022. That's a wrap. I'm being up north. But then we got to talking about like what you were talking about how you brought in Steve, and I was like, I was telling Todd and Ref, therein is another opportunity for a business. For businesses, for all of us, really for the most part, but even individually. Because one thing about those areas that I do know, and I was always frustrated about, those folks don't have a lot of access, especially in the smaller towns, they don't have a lot of access to real financial / credit / wealth building, not the black folks. And so, now the older white folks, it's generational. They just keep it, they drop it down to granddads, mom, dads, and the kids. It's all habitual. It's carried over from family to family. But the black folks, everybody's been so worried on survival, they couldn't worry on finance. But now it's a new day. But if there was an around you, and listen, you just got to take your time and let the relationships grow over time. But they will come around. If you have a good product and you talk and you can show them results like what Todd has developed in the program, you got something explosive there. You really got something explosive because the culture of those small cities, Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, Georgia, South Carolina, you could listen. I tell you what, right now, I could actually see myself getting a luxury diesel RV and just going town to town throughout the year and just checking on the different clubs
that are set up to, how's everybody doing? What's going on? I can see all of us doing something like that and doing really good work, genuinely helping folks, but also genuinely setting up the kind of things that them and their kids are going to need to have a good financial footing. I can easily.
Mr.
Yeah, I agree. From the very outset of the conversation, because there's definitely room for financial literacy in the South, as well as increased options. So I would second that and try to figure out how those things can come about. And at some point, Mr. Media, I would like the opportunity to elaborate, or at least if you could maybe give me more information on the program that your family member has.
Oh yeah,
In Jackson.
yeah.
Because there's some things that, and I'm going to speak with you in time more personally with some things that I had gotten involved in the Jackson area. And I know with the Detroit area, it would be something advantageous to you guys as well. And maybe, we could explore some options. But I'll get into that discussion another time. But yeah, if you could, at some point in time, maybe reach out to him, I'd like that.
Okay, we'll do. Matter of fact, I got your. I got your number locked, and I'm gonna send this to you right now. I'm gonna text you on your phone the website, the culture, and then you can always look it over. Then I'll try to reach out to him and get in touch with him. Maybe put y'all on 3 ways. You would love,
Ready.
You would love if you're ever in the area, going to sit down. He was a real nice guy, but I was so impressed with for black folks, the footprint.
I just got it.
Oh, okay, good. The footprint that they developed, what he did was all he did was he got started in his own community. And they put the funds together. They bought some of these old houses that were not being used for anything. And they just took their time, got donations, they did fundraisers. They fixed that house up so beautiful, and then they just kept expanding. And they did everything themselves. And then they got the kids involved. So what the kids are doing are projects that are, somewhat of it's not just, it's creative. So whatever the kids are into, they might be into art, some of them might be into composing, some might be into music, some might be into dance performance. And so he's just going out to get the grant that's beneficial for these kids' development. See, that's where I'm coming from. Now that's what I feel right now, 2021 going forward, and especially for black Americans, what we have to do is we have to start becoming emotionally, politically detached. And what I mean by that is understanding, like, the game of politics and business is just that. It's a business. And so, the only thing that we don't demand accountability for in our emotions, in our goings about, only thing we don't hold anybody accountable for is politics. Now, every other group does. If I'm voting for you, I'm voting for a specific set of outcome. I don't care anything about how you look, how you make me feel, if you're swaggy. I don't care about none of that. If I put you in, you're supposed to reduce these property taxes. You said you're going to pay that road over there, and you're going to fix that bridge. That's why we're voting for you. And listen, that's what it is. And if you don't do it, they vote him out and get another guy. That guy could be bald-headed, overweight, no swag. Other groups don't care about none of that stuff. They view politics and the people that they put in there as the same you would as an electrician, a plumber, or a carpenter. Okay, what does your swag have to do with you putting that wall up? What does that have to do with anything? I hired you to put the wall up. All the rest of that stuff is fine and dandy, but do your job. Same thing with politics. And so what we have to do is realize that, what I care about is another case in point. The kind of system ultimately that we're going to need. Let me back up. When I was based in New York, I used to really fly to JFK Airport, and so I had to be close to JFK Airport. So one of the communities, I'm gonna get it wrong. It was Kew Gardens. It might have been Kew Gardens in New York. That's another area, but it was heavily. It was a heavily Jewish area, and it was Hasidic Jews. The Hasidic Jews are the Jews that are really into the rituals. They're the ones that are the most staunch, and so they have a lot of customs that they don't even like. They won't sit next to women on certain. Matter of fact, they may not sit next to women. Certain men can't sit next to women, or I'm going to say it wrong, so I'll just stop right there. But literally, like we used to fly over from New York to Tel Aviv, and we used to have issues because the men couldn't certainly sit next to women. We had to switch some seats around because of their cultural reasons, whatever. Is that kind of thing? Huh?
Yes. I was just agreeing. I was saying yes.
Oh.
That is correct. Gender cultures.
Gotcha. I have to look it up to see, better explain what the reasoning is for people that are listening. I apologize, but you can go look up what the reasons were. But literally, I would be like, "Are you serious?" In that time, it was like, "Hey, we're 2012, 2014, but I don't care. Listen, this is what it is. It's cultural." So, but nonetheless, one of the things that used to fascinate me was that when you were driving, when you were walking in those communities, it didn't matter. That community could have been. It happened to be in New York. It could have been in Israel. For as much as they cared, they were going to do their thing. They were going to do. They maintained their cultural. They maintained their cultural lifestyles. And so one of the things they had their own schools. Now they took advantage of American programs, American assistance, American aid, but their kids were still being brought up with Jewish culture and understanding and just values, and they're proud of that. And you know what? You really should be. But I know the same thing happens too in the communities where you have up here as Chaldeans, Arabic culture. Okay, they let them go to schools and do this and that, but guess what? That's not the only school you're gonna have. You're gonna go over to this other club where your other members of your culture are, and you're gonna learn the other stuff that they can't teach you in the public schools, but you're gonna learn it. So black folks have never had that. If we ever had it, it was kind of in churches, but the problem that we had through segregation and then civil rights and stuff, we were always disturbed. We could never develop properly because no one ever really wanted us to kind of get our footing. So what we have to start doing now is, that's where I come and say we have to be emotionally detached. I don't care what everybody else is doing. I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to set up a system of schooling where you guys get yourselves over to this schoolhouse, and we're going to teach you ourselves. You're still going to be learning how to read, but I'm going to teach you some laws. I'm going to teach you some credit. We're going to teach you how to do some finance. So if the state says that you have to know how to read and write, well, we're going to make sure you know how to read and write. But guess what? You're going to be balancing checkbooks. You're going to be ready. You're going to be able to do the kind of things that accountants do, that people that graduate a college curriculum, you're going to be doing that thing right now. It doesn't matter how old you are because you have the aptitude. So we can get as creative as we want to be. That's what black folks ultimately in America are going to have to do. They're going to have to make it fashionable to detach. Once we detach from what what we feel America expects of us, and we start really becoming more insular, you're going to see a big change. I'm telling you, you're going to see a big change. So, case in point, something as simple as I think I told y'all before, like I haven't logged into Facebook. I've logged into Facebook, for example, about 3 times this year, but I have not posted since January of this year. That's what, everything was just going crazy and stuff, but I had to take a step back because I realized, my internal flow is kind of being affected by this garbage, this stream of garbage, actually. And so I said, I'm done. There's nothing else I really need to say. Hey, listen, I was only on there for my mom to keep in contact with her so she can see where I'm at. But other than that, I'm like, hey, I got a phone number. We got an iPhone. We're good. But I had to step back because I did not like how, to me, it just felt like the medium was being set up. I'm just getting this constant deluge of stuff that's giving me a reaction. No, I'm not doing it. I don't even miss it. I don't miss it. Anybody that I need to talk to, I have their phone number. They know how to get in touch with me. But I absolutely don't miss the chaos. And it is chaos. So,
I agree. I agree with you, Mr.
Yeah, and so I just throw that out as an example of, for a lot of people, they could not imagine not being connected. But in actuality, not being connected means you can really be in touch with a lot of stuff. Do you realize? I cannot tell you how productive my days have been, my weeks have been. I literally have. I'm telling you, I have a clear peace of mind. I have a clear mind. I get a lot of stuff done before. I'm not scrolling. Did somebody say something?
No, I was just agreeing. I was just saying,
Did Steve come back on? Yeah, I don't want to. If he comes back, he can just interrupt me. I don't want to be.
No, he's gonna text me. He said he's talking to his mom and he's gonna text me when he get off the phone with her.
Okay, but yeah, we're at a time now where I'm only talking about this stuff because I see a way forward based upon what Todd has put together. Because this type of, first of all, what his business is relevant. Everybody needs credit repair, so we even if you have good credit, you can always take the best credit. That's not even a question. But once I get the credit together, okay, now what? Now it's about, okay, well, what financial vehicles do you want? Do you want credit cards? Do you want installment loans? Do you want access to business financing? I mean, there's always a next. That's the sweet thing about what he's doing. And so there's always a next when it comes to either working or doing business or buying stuff. There's always a next. So all anybody has to do is just keep working on getting better and better, specializing of what the next is. Some people are great at real estate. Some people are great at like he said, he has Todd, was it the brother-in-law or your brother-in-law's best friend that does the day trading, the investments?
Brother-in-law friend.
Brother-in-law friend. So by even having access to a person like that, somebody that can just come and just make it, just like we did last night on the computer, just break it. For me, it's got to be broken down for dummies. I mean, once I see it, once you just get on here, show me on the computer how you do that thing, it's crap. I got it. And then at that point, just enhance and keep refining how we do that stuff. So that's why I keep saying I see where this goes. It's huge. Because another thing too that where it goes a lot of times is, for the average person, a lot of this stuff is not scary, but the problem is, who do you trust? That to me has been, as you get older, you start to realize, you start to become unfortunately disappointed by folks because some folks are just, I don't know, they have their own motivations about things. So the good thing about something like this is because people are, you already have your own reputation, and people in your communities already trust you. So by getting the best education exposure to what we're starting off with credit repair, then you're pulling in others, people that trust you. So that's how, again, this thing spokes out because every person knows other people that confide in them, and then you're bringing them to a source that they can trust. This thing gets huge real quick. It gets really big real quick under that premise alone. But there's so much good work that can be done. I just see it.
I gotta piggyback on that too, because there was so much that you said within that time frame. Like I said, I was trying to make mental notes of it, but we tend to, those of us who had our credit repaired or getting our credit repaired, our profiles repaired, our credit scores raised, we tend to zone in or focus more so on credit repair because that was our specific desire. That was our specific need. But in actuality, there are a number of services that is provided by the Excellent Credit Matters family. I mean, not family, but the business that Todd provides. And too with us, that since we are, learning and becoming better with credit, we too are positioned to assist. But like you was just saying, I mean, there's more to it than just those basic thoughts or basic processes that we've become accustomed to. And then it goes into even like we were speaking the other day when you and I were in conversation about autonomous vehicles. Mm-hmm. So we don't have black companies right now that are, or any that I'm aware of, and if anyone knows of any, please feel free to inform me. But there's not a lot of black money being generated in a lot of the tech investments, tech companies right now, that are being floated around amongst the communities where it's deep enough to where individuals are having opportunities to get involved with it. We have become so technologically advanced that we can do anything with Facebook. Some of the best people who are tech personnel are ones who would be on Instagram, Facebook, and some social media platforms. I mean, you have teenagers who could actually be hired for any position in Silicon Valley or any of these media organizations right now. And it's only because they've taken a liking, taken an interest in Facebook and have converted it into something that they do on a normal basis. They've taught themselves to do that. So if we had the accurate and adequate amount of funds directed to in that circle, then just think what could happen. And when you touched them, well, you didn't touch on it. When you brought those points out, you know, I could only help but to think about that. You know, with Facebook and all of that, I too, you know, I was introduced to Facebook by a friend, and it originally was to promote some business adventures that I had, but I ended up, you know, accepting some friend requests or what have you. And as I had this conversation with Todd not too long ago, I ended up deactivating my Facebook account. Now I do get alerts through my email, but as far as the Facebook account itself, I don't any longer have it because I had accepted friends which were people that I knew and, you know, I knew of, and I was, you know, I didn't have any big association with them, but because I had accepted them as Facebook friends, I was privy to everything that they would have said and done that I wouldn't have if I hadn't, you know, been in their environment. So I had to release that. But, you know, my point is that there's a lot of avenues that we utilize as blacks, as young blacks, that if we were to convert those into a profitable business or a means of educating and passing that education, sharing that education on, we would definitely be a more powerful group of people.
Right. You haven't seen the video from last night, so this is almost an unfair.
I'm going to look at it. I'm going to look at it tomorrow because I drove all day today. I haven't even had. I'm just now starting my 10-hour break, and what I'm doing is doing a little cleaning in my truck. But tomorrow I'm going to view that entire video as well as some others that I missed out on. So yeah.
Let me tell you something. When you do this, well, Desmond was on it too, so she can answer this. But when you see it, you'll see where I'm going with this too. Desmond, can you imagine the power? I want you to think about this now. Can you imagine the power of what Todd did last night? The program that he did last night. Can you imagine the power of having maybe about 75 to 100 young kids in a classroom with Todd teaching? Can you imagine the power of that? With Todd teaching. Can you imagine? Desmond, you there? Somebody's gone. Desmond, he gone.
Desmond is gone.
Hold up. Is it online?
Yeah.
But anyway, but when you
Hello?
finally completed, or even as you start getting into it, imagine the power of about 100 good, strong young black minds that are in a classroom and they're being
She back this immediate.
Oh, okay. Hey, Jasmine.
Yes.
Hey, girl. So listen, I was telling Mr. Nelson, I want you you to think about this because you were part of the live last night. I want you to think of this: how powerful this thing would be. What if instead of talking to us on that Zoom, what if Todd was in a classroom with about 100 young black women being educated on that stuff? Can you imagine how powerful that would be?
Yes, that's what I was trying to tell him last night. Imagine if we had thousands of people on the clock with the field. I told him the same thing last night.
Powerful. And so, because listen, this is the work that has never been done in the black community. Now you want to have a talk. This little Willie Lit stuff. Okay, that's great. That's fine. But if you have a talk, I know, Ray. but okay, let's talk about something that hasn't been talked about. Because Willie Lit's been going around since 1712, but we're in 2021 right now. The work that has never been done in the black community is developing a national network for advancing us forward. Now, I'm not talking about Frederick Douglass Association of the Nation of Islam. I'm not talking about that. But it's not being done. What is not being done in Black America is the internal work, the internalizing, developing an internal platform so that we can easily communicate with one another to move either agendas forward or business stuff forward or just whatever. What we have to do is we have to kind of go after the people who are really undesirable. And what I mean by that standpoint is those young black minds. But here's the thing, they're undesirable to everybody else but us. See, with us, we know how to get to them. We know how to talk to them. If you had your own schools that were really controlled by us, a lot of the educational failings really wouldn't take place. I mean, you do have to love us to teach us. And you do have to love us to lead us. So, we're seeing, when you're seeing these little kids come through and they're having a hard time, they're coming from homes that really, they're coming from houses, but they're not coming from homes.
Mm-hmm.
You got to bring them in and you have to love them up. But we know how to love them up. I can talk to them. Get your ass over here and sit down. I can say that. I can say that. And I can say that to you because you're technically my child. You look just like, get a little nappy hair, all that stuff. Hey, you belong to me too. Sit your ass down. That's it.
Hey, Mr. Media.
Yeah.
Mr. Media.
Yeah.
So weird because about a month ago, my children and I was at dinner. And it was this little valley. I stood to mom, I said, you listen to your daddy. Everything that he tell you to do. Your little boy sat down. He didn't run around. I didn't answer no more.
Yeah.
My kid was looking at me like, Mom, you cool here? I'm like, no, we from bum tell his butt down and obey his dad.
Yeah, Mr. Media had it correct. But when you say sit that ass down and be quiet,
They know what that means.
That may have been something, and I'm just gonna speak from personal experience. That may have been something that my mom and dad wouldn't say that direct. But you go to my grandmother's house and get out of pocket. Who gonna tell you that?
She said, goddamn man,
You knew to sit it down. You didn't go and dance around and all of that. But you didn't sit at the table with the grown folks while they was eating, and you didn't sit around and
that conversation.
Right. If you was in that room, you find yourself in another room by the time you eased in there, because they be unlocked in another room. What you doing in here? You something about by flying in that other room.
And so I said, ultimately, what the work has to be done, the work of, this next movement has to be about is trying to find a way that we all tap in, but we have to develop regional schools, our own version. like maybe even charter schools kind of give you the, I don't know, maybe the blueprint of how to kind of go back. I think it might be something like a combination of homeschooling slash charter schools to kind of give you the leeway, the legal leeway to make it so. Because at the end of the day, all you care about is meeting whatever the state mandated requirements are for you to be to pass an educational level. I mean, I haven't done any research on it, but in principle, that's what it is. Because you have tons of kids that are doing homeschooling now. As a matter of fact, a lot of black kids that are being homeschooled. Why? Because they're taking them out of the education system. Because hey, it's really not working to a large degree for certain students. It just doesn't. It's sometimes depending on the district, the schools are a dangerous place. And you actually have a lot of harm to these kids. Your sweet, innocent kids are going to school against some kids that have serious issues that can't be worked out, but they're working out on your kids, shoving them around or bullying them. That's the problem. But you know what? Here's the thing: we know what it is, so we can get to those kids that are causing that problem. We're not afraid of them, and we'll say, hey, you want to see bullying? I'll show you bullying, buddy. I'll show you some bullying if you want to see. I can do it with love. I can do it because you look like me. You look like my kids. You look like my brother, my sister. I have a love for you. You can't expect somebody that doesn't come from that community to have that same level of empathy. We know that. So why do you keep expecting it? See, that's our problem. But because we are so used to, okay, well, let the government do it. The government will figure it out. No other groups do that. The Arabs don't do it. The Jewish community don't do it. The Asians don't do it. But
And we know white folks don't do it because they sent people into the government a few months ago. So we know they don't do it. They sent people into the government.
Who else has a vested interest to do it? And so that's what we would ultimately. That's ultimately where this thing goes. But here's the sweet thing about it. I always said this. The sweet thing about what we're talking about is there is no competition for black. For the black community, there's no competition among businesses for the black dollar. There's no competition. There's nobody that's going to get up every day and say, "Man, I got to figure out a way to get more of the black market. We got to figure out a way to get more of their support." Nobody's doing that because they're so used to getting it automatically, or it's almost irrelevant. So the sweet thing about this is, once you develop these relationships, just start the relationships, and everything is with time. As time goes along, your results will speak for themselves, and you'll get more support because people can see for themselves. But again, it's just we got to stop acting like this is, there's some mystery here. Gee, I wonder why we can't get better numbers in this success. Hey, well, are you really still wondering that? You don't have a stable household. The kids are raising themselves. They're coming up. I mean, how well do you think that plays out? So it's going to take a community to save those kids. But once you develop that outreach, I think some really good things to happen. Because again, here's the other thing too. We have to, other than churches, there really is no place where black folks can really have a conversation that we can. The kind of conversation behind closed doors we really need to be able to have. There really is no, and the churches don't go far enough. So, in order to say the stuff that I got to say, so we can get on the same page, how often does that occur? How often can it occur? That's our issue. But again, something like what we kind of throwing around, eventually gets there. But it just having something starts. Maybe it's local clubs, and as the clubs develop over time, and people gain trust, and they get more buy-in, then you take it to the next level, which is like education, something that is an offshoot of what they already have in school. So you go to school for your normal curriculum, but after that, then you would go to some type of learning club. And in that learning club, it's more enhancement. It's helping to really lock in on the fundamentals of, math, reading, science, whatever. Then it's also going to go into, either some history, in addition to there's no reason why we can't teach you. Listen, for kids that are in, 4th, 5th grades, the ones that are mathematically inclined, I'm telling you right now, I guarantee you that if you approach working professionals that are accountants themselves, or have experience in that field, I guarantee you, you'd be able to convince them to donate 2 or 3 hours, 2 or 3 nights out of a week to go to a club of young adults that are highly motivated to dedicate their time to teach those kids. I guarantee it. Same thing with electricians. You cannot tell me that if you had a place that you had a place set up where a couple old heads, a couple electricians come in and show kids that are the younger kids with an aptitude for that type of thing, like electrical and science, and you know who they are. Everybody knows who they are. When your kids are in a certain grade, you know what they have an aptitude for. They like to draw, they like to experiment, they like to play around, tinker with things. You know what they have a capacity to do. The problem in our society now is, what are the outlets? What are the outlets for them to learn? So that's the work that we have to do, the work that nobody else wants to do other than talk on TV. But you have to do the work of, let's create the safe space. You create the safe space, and we get these kids trained up. I've been to Peru, El Salvador. I've seen kids 7 years old driving tractors. Not just driving tractors, operating tractors, scooping up dirt and taking from one side of the field to the other side of the field, driving that thing like a 30-year-old man. Mm-hmm. So kids have the capacity. We have laws to prevent them from being overworked and abused as kids, but they got the capacity. Hell, you can put on a video game. They can land a fighter jet from in Afghanistan, bombing people on the video game. You got the aptitude. You know what you're doing. So we don't have to keep them. You don't have to keep them in a baby state all the time. You got to get the skills to learn anyway. Who says we got to wait to give them the skills? Who says? Who says it?
Right.
So let me get out there.
I tell you what, Mr. Media, once again, I mean, you brought it, and I think it should be well received, and it should be implemented. It should be well received and implemented. And I just want to say one thing in closing, because I have a 4 o'clock delivery, and I'm going to have to get a couple of hours. But one thing in closing, you mentioned a demographic, which is black, and you mentioned monetary input, which is us. Mm-hmm. And with that being the case, in 2018, $1.9 trillion was put into an economy by 13% of the population, and the other percentage does not even care for us. We are 13% of the population. We contributed $1.9 trillion into the consumer market in 2018, and we are not even recognized.
Yeah. Sure.
So I just wanted to kind of piggyback off of what you just said. As always, I enjoy the lives. When Steve gets the opportunity to come back, I'm quite certain Todd and you and Mr. Media will take care of that situation. But if so, he should desire, and he needs additional support or advice, or just want somebody to let him know how things go, send him my way. Send him my way.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, man, brother, get some rest, brother. Take care.
I am. Thank you, Mr. Media. Thank you, Todd. Todd, my little brother, but I tell you what, he's quite that guy.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. All right, well, I'm going to talk with y'all later, and everybody have a good night.
Have a good one.
Yeah, you too, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, man. I'm crazy about that, Ray. Ray is a great guy. He really is. Todd, still over there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Todd, you sound sleepy.
Yeah, I am.
I am too.
I know y'all gotta be tired.
I'm so tired. I stayed in bed all day. I'm only outside.
Y'all wouldn't.
It's cool.
I kept saying, okay, I'm gonna get out of here. Y'all wouldn't let me go. And then you're gonna take a nice long.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm on live.
Yeah, I see that.
Oh.
I was really impressed with Savon.
Savon on the phone right now, Mr. Media.
I was impressed with how she was really recovering toward the end to get her bearings together, you know. So,
Yeah.
so she's gonna be heck to deal with too in that process. When she gets legs under, it's a wrap.
Mr.
So,
Media.
I'm telling you.
Mr. Media. Savon is on the phone, Mr. Media.
I can hear you, Todd.
I said Savon is on the phone.
Oh, she is. Savon.
Hey guys.
What's going
Oh
on?
my God.
It's like a celebrity all-star.
Oh, stop it.
Hey, listen, I've been talking about you all day. I'm telling you, man, you did great with that guy. That guy was that was a Todd level guy. That was a Todd level guy. So he already knew what he was. You were really the only reason, in my opinion, only reason why. Oh, I thought you said something. Only reason why what it was is it's kind of like he was playing a game, and you were backing him in. It's just that because you were still trying to read text and look at the material, whatever. Your responses to me was a little bit slower, but you kind of still had because he didn't know what was going on. If you had just said like, "I'm sorry, the reception is really bad," but blah 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 blah, I think you had a 50-50 chance to get him, especially on your first try. So. Man, but I tell you what, when you call back again, because you're not gonna get the same guy again. But when you call back again, I would not be surprised if you don't have success the first time.
She won't be scared.
Yeah.
She won't be scared when it just her by herself. She can say,
Yeah, that might be it.
yeah, I think that was it. I'm sorry, I can't hardly hear you. And
Yeah.
that's really what kind of like the pauses in between. But
Yeah, that's what it was.
That kind of feel thing.
Just to me, when I was listening to him, he was really because you had him on a couple of the points at the end. He's like, hey, just transfer me to well, I'm not gonna say here. They gotta get the class to understand all the nuances. You told him transfer him to blah blah blah. That you could tell that he was irritated because that's what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be transferring. You're not supposed to be telling me no. But nonetheless, you're fighting it out. But again, it's one of those things. Like I said, because here's what I'm also learning. Todd, correct me if I'm wrong. What this really is about is everybody's individual style. Whatever your style is, but when you are making a point to somebody, you know how when you're about to get with somebody, you know you're right, and you're just gonna take them on down the task. You have your own style anyway. It's just a matter of once you get the comfort of knowing the material, that's a wrap. That's a wrap.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
I was just about to say, you gotta like you going in so many circles if you saying the right stuff, but you ain't got the right department. So that's where a lot of people make mistakes. You're not even talking to who you need to be talking to. So once you put yourself in position, like the first once the guy when I got on the phone, once the guy said what he said. You see, I just, transfer me, because that's not who I need to be talking to. But yeah, like I said, a lot of people don't know better. You just call the number and you start talking. So, but like I said, Monday we're gonna have a interesting class because we're gonna have my wife on the line. We're gonna have me on the line, Savon on the line. We might, hey, Mr. Media, we'll let you do your own. Yeah, so it's gonna get interesting tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Monday.
Yeah, but Savon, how many did you on the stuff we were in your report? Were there a couple items that you had already taken off your report before you got with Todd?
I mean, I went with a couple companies that couldn't even get, like, there was a company I worked with for like 6-7 months, and it was like a monthly company. So I barely even seen any change after the first 3 months. Mm-hmm. And I told him, I said, after the 6 months, I'm done with you guys. Yeah. And they kind of was like, when they emailed, they're like, okay, well, if you change your mind, you have another 2 months to sign up without even having to pay that first month's fee or something like that. Mm. Yeah. And well, you know what's interesting too. When I was driving back home today, and I was talking to Todd on the phone, and we were just talking about the fact of just joking around about other companies are trying to copy the style. But I was saying, you have no, that should be the least of your fears, because all the other companies, all these other YouTube guys, there's no way in the world they could do what Todd did last night to that group. And the reason being is simple. If you show me how simple this thing really is, then at some point I have to come right back to you, especially after 30 to 60 days, certainly not 90, and ask you, hey, what is the problem? If I can look at this thing and I'm telling you I see 2 to 3, God forbid 4 or 5 problems, errors in a particular account, if I can see it, why haven't you and why have you not had success? So you can't do this. They can never imitate what Todd is doing right now. They would put themselves out of business.
Yes, they would.
Well, Mr. Media, I don't think I won't say they can do it, but yeah, you were right on the second part of what you said. They'll be out of business. So a lot of you got to understand, the reason that credit repair companies can charge the fee that they charge is because we know something that the consumer doesn't know. You get what I'm saying? So the moment that you release that information and everybody's on the same level, then you lose your leverage. You get what I'm saying? So I give an example. If I'm the only person to know how to remove a bankruptcy, I can charge $10,000 just because nobody else knows how to do it. But if I start teaching everybody or showing everybody how to remove it, I can't charge $10,000. You get what I'm saying? So it's not that they can't. Anybody who know how to repair credit, I'm pretty sure they can teach somebody else. It's just the fact that, hey, if I get this information out, it's not valuable anymore. You get what I'm saying? If that makes sense. It's not. It loses its value.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's just I feel bad to a large degree because a lot of folks listen. Excuse me. Before I came over with Todd, I was with the company, and I've been with those guys 2 years, about a year and a half, I think. And during that time, this is why I was so well positioned to go for Chase, because during that time I didn't apply for anything because I did not want to do anything to disrupt the credit repair process. So I applied for no cars. The cars I had from 2016 is what I rode with. And so, but with these guys, what I didn't like, which is so crazy, and they got a little YouTube channel, whatever, and they talk about this stuff. But here's what's crazy too, I never told you. Every now and then, this person would do little, their own version of update videos on showing their progress. People get stuff deleted. And I remember I'd be thinking, okay, you ain't posting on my stuff. Where's my stuff up here? And so after a while, I literally started to say, hey, I haven't seen any of my things actually be lined up, and you're talking about you just signed this guy up, and this stuff got deleted in 18 days, 10 days. Okay, I'm 6 months in with you. So what are we doing here? And so what's so funny, these guys, it was good cop, bad cop. The guy that was on the YouTube screen, that's the good guy, we do anything there. But then I figured out when I would call and I was talking to him, but I started asking a couple questions. He really didn't have the right answer for it. I said, hey, do you actually do the credit repair submittals, or do you have a staff doing it? Well, actually, the guy, he's a credit attorney out of Florida. I said, here we go. So you're a front, but you don't tell anybody that. You make it seem like on your little video cuts, you have the laptop and you open it up somebody's whatever Credit Karma file, whatever. You make it look like you're actually doing the stuff. You're just a front. So I was really pissed off about that. That was the first level of it. After a long time, though, I would see, because I had bankruptcy on there too, so they did finally, get that off. But because I wasn't focused on buying anything, so much time had just passed by. And here's the thing I will say about them, though. They were not a monthly fee organization. I think it was based on the number of stuff you had. So I think it was only maybe $500-$600 that I paid one time. So for that one-time fee, they were working on the thing, for that whole year and a half period. So that's another reason too why I kind of I didn't suspect them of just bullshitting around, BSing around, because I'm like, well, you're not draining me for money, and I do see every now and then some deletions, but I'm like, the progress, but why am I still having certain things just not have been done? So what I started doing after a while is I would log in every now and then to my
Media.
Huh?
I'm sorry. I'm about to get my children ready for bed.
Go ahead, girl.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry about that.
It's all right.
I'll talk to you on Monday.
Yeah.
All right. See y'all later.
All right.
Okay.
So, but I would just log into my experience at Equifax myself, and I would kind of look around, and then I went to the part for disputes, and I clicked on the tab for disputes, but I started noticing something. It would say, no disputes open. I'm like, really? No disputes open? Well, okay, what's the deal here? I thought we should be disputed. My credit ain't prepared yet. So I clicked on one of the tabs. I could look and see the time frame when they did submit stuff. Shit, they were submitting stuff like every 3 months. They would be after 3 months. And I'm like, what are y'all doing? So I'm all this time, I'm thinking y'all are doing something. And after a while, they weren't even disputed for months on end. I'm like, oh, you kidding me? So when I called to talk to him about it, the guy that's the bad credit attorney in Florida, the tone was like, hey, I'm doing you a favor. Like that kind of tone, like, hey, you don't want to really piss me off because I just stopped working altogether. It was always that kind of, those words were never said, but the attitude was there. And so I kept thinking, like, why am I'm paying you. So why am I concerned about you being frustrated? What's that got to do with me? So anyway, the final straw was January this year. And like I said, I can't even tell you I have to go back and look and see where my scores were. I was doing decent, but I kept telling them because I used to be in 780s easily. I was cruising at 780s on the verge of maybe tiptoeing, 800 over time if nothing, the late payments hadn't been there. And so I'm frustrated because I dropped down to the low fives. So I was kind of hanging around, I want to say 640, 650 something. I was feeling better about things. So in their mind, what they were telling me was, hey, you said, well, their thing was this. We asked you when you signed up, what were your goals? What were you trying to do? You told us you wanted to get into a position to get a mortgage. I said, yeah, I do want to get in a position to get a mortgage, but I mean, that ain't all. Shoot, I want some credit cards, I want some other stuff. I want a good score. Well, and that's what they were trying to say. So we basically based our strategy on what you told us. So if you're changing, then that's another thing. So I'm like, okay, yeah, I get you. So after I hung up the phone, I'm thinking like, what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? Why can't you just fix the credit? Why can't you get the bad stuff off? So I have a couple videos, and the videos we're talking about. This is the first time I heard about like the Navy Federal approach to the secured loans and stuff like that. And at first I was like, well, I don't really want to do a loan. I can understand a credit card, but I don't know about a loan. Then I kept watching more and more videos. This is January, more and more videos on it. And they were talking about, the Navy Federal credit card and this and that. I said, well, you should give it a shot. I said, well, I don't know if I scored this. So again, I called them and I asked them, I said, listen, I'm thinking about going for this car. I don't know, you're not really there. You don't really want to do that right now. This and that, talking it down. I said, okay, all right. I said, well, what do you think about these secure loans? I mean, that might help the points. No, let me back up a little bit. He did say something at the time, which I did give him credit for, because the scores, again, were above 620s, but they were still hovering like 640s, I believe. He told me then, he said, your problem is this. He said, you're on your mom's Discover card. It's a great card. It's got great aces, but the problem is she's way too high on her balances. So that utilization is high. You get off that card, you're going to watch your score shoot up a little bit. And I'm thinking, damn, if I get off a card, a good card, my score will shoot up. That doesn't make any sense. I'm going to lose the age and history. But sure enough, he was right. I called. I told her to, take me off. And she took me off. And it did shoot to, that's when it really kind of got to, I want to say around maybe 670s, something like that. And I was like, wow. So that was one thing. And then I didn't even know this. My wife, she opened a card, and she put me on as authorized user. I'm like, where you learn that trick from? She didn't tell me. And it was a Belk's credit card. Because I would have told her, I was like, don't open those store cards or whatever. But she just did it on her own. And so when I looked, I'm like, okay. But then she would charge that thing. She would pay it off, but she'd charge it up. And so he said, well, there's another thing, too, that the utilization is just too high. So that's what's hurting you. So I told her, take me off that thing, too. Shot my scores, improved. I said, wow. I'm starting. And then I really started to get this. Now I get how everything can have an impact. Because they were not giving me advice on how to get more credit. And so the guy kept saying to me, that's not, I told him, I said, well, I want to do some authorized use. The AUs are not going to help you, but you need some primaries. You need some primaries. But they wouldn't tell me what primaries to get. They wouldn't tell me how to go about getting them. You just telling me this is what, maybe if you did this, maybe if you did that. So you still have me out here in limbo. So when I asked them that one last question about doing a secure loan, they shot it down. Both of them. Oh, that's stupid. Then you're paying interest, on that. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Why would you do that? Then it's going to show that you have debt. And so I'm like, all right, guys, thanks. I'll get back to you. That was it. I changed all my little passwords for the credit bureaus. And I said, I just do bad by myself. I'll do this by myself. I actually called Navy Federal that night because I saw that whole thing about that late night hack. And I applied for the American Express credit card. Because I said, I had gotten up to about at least maybe 680, something like that or whatever. I said, hey, screw it. I deserve this. And they approved it for 20. I was like, what? I couldn't believe it. And so I was so excited. So I called them back. And the next day I said, hey, man, just to let you know, I got approved for this now. I showed them stuff. Man, they were not, it was one of those, it was a begrudging congratulations. They weren't even happy for me. And that was it. That was the final call. I was like, I'm done. They weren't even like, oh my God, wow, congratulations. It was like, really? Okay, you applied for that. Okay, what's the limit? They were shocked. So if I'm shocking my credit repair guys, you're the wrong ones.
Mm-hmm.
So, so I say all that to say is contrast with Todd. And I don't do anything. I don't really pull a trigger without talking to him because that's the person that's I'm charged with helping me to get rid of this stuff. So why would you be sabotaging yourself by doing stuff without having somebody that's really in charge of the whole recipe? And so what I just appreciate is the fact that if it's pie in the sky, if it's for stupid things, let me know, then I'll get over it. But the guy just has because we applied for the platinum, the Amex Platinum, and I wasn't going to do it. He pulled the trigger. He pulled the trigger on the thing. And so I was like, and I'm glad he did because I still probably would have done it, just too afraid to do it because you didn't want to get rejected, then another no. I mean, that stuff has a cumulative effect on you, I think. All those rejections, that it can do something to you. I don't think people give that enough credence, So, but like I said, it's just night and day. These guys, I'm saying all that to say I don't worry about any of these guys. There's nothing that they do, and everybody does, in their own way. They do great content. They really do, because I learn from just about everything. If there's something that I'm not sure about or whatever, now I can call Todd. Hey, Todd, what you think about this? What you think about that? Are they onto something? Not, and you just let it roll.
Did you pull the trigger on the Evergreen yet?
No, I said we was gonna wait till we had talked. We got together.
Oh, okay.
But I think I should, right?
I thought you was gonna do it today, but if you want to wait till tomorrow, that's fine, I guess.
Hey, I could do it tonight. What difference would it make?
Yeah, no difference.
Yeah, and because we're gonna clean it all up Monday anyway.
Yeah,
so I was like, hey, why not?
It don't matter.
Savon, what are you gonna go for the cards?
Probably gonna wait because I don't think I'm there yet. So Todd gets to working on it.
Are you a member of Navy Federal?
No.
Get on, girl.
We got to get her in the Navy Federal.
Yeah. You in California, you should have access to a lot of, because I got to look on the locations. Is Penn State in California, Todd?
I do not know.
I look on the website and see, but yeah, I would absolutely. I bet you. If I could look on it, look on now.
I'm looking right now. Hold on.
Huh?
I'm looking.
Okay, but yes, Devon, between Penn Fed and Navy Federal, once you get in with them, they're really a very supportive. Just the credit union in general is usually a lot more favorable, some more than others. And I'm still a part of a credit union that comes with my job, but they've never, in all the time I've been with them, over 10 years, not one time have they ever sent me an invitation for a credit card. This is when my scores were sweet. And that's why I was like, wait a minute now, why aren't y'all doing anything for me? You guys are not doing anything. And that's why I started thinking, well, Navy Federal sending out offers, sending out, check for this, pre-qualify for that. Even Penn Fed was harassing me to get a credit card, harassing me to do it. So I'm like, you guys have not done anything. I'm done with y'all. So I did the secured loan hack with the credit union that I got now that I'm eventually getting rid of. So I'm just pimping them just for them, just to be able to use that credit union's name on my credit reports, reporting a different installment loan. But that's it. I'm not putting any more money over there. You're not doing anything for me. But Navy Federal, man, they're great. PenFed too, they're great too. If you want to take a stab at those two, yeah, you'll really enjoy it.
Yeah, because I actually have a brother that was in the Army, but I didn't, like I said, I thought it was for people that was actually in the military that had to, only had the chance to get on those accounts and stuff like that.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think your brother could get you in, and even if he couldn't, I do believe that anybody that had that military,
Background.
There's a member, yeah, that they could also get you in too. So I don't think that'll be a hindrance at all. But your brother definitely could do it, and they're worth it. Bro. They're worth it. They are so worth it. The customer service is good, and plus the other thing Todd probably talked to you about later once y'all get together and powwow again. But I'm telling you, I highly advise if you can do it, is to do that secured loan hack. Because just basically, just say for example, if you had $1,000 and you put $1,000 into your savings account at Federal, you just tell them, hey, I would like to get a secured loan for you guys. It's no risk because the secured loan is basically using the money that you put in your savings account for collateral. So it's nothing for them. It's a win-win either way. So it takes about 2 to 3 days really to complete from start to finish. And once you do it, once they say, okay, everything's finished, you signed your papers, like a real loan, and you laid out, you told them what time, and here's the other thing too, Todd mentioned this as well, if you guys talk about it, you want it at least for 6 months. You want to get the term for no less than 6 months, because apparently, what is it, Todd, 6 months on a account is what really benefits you points-wise?
Yeah. 6 months to a year.
6 months to a year.
Yeah, but like I said, she's not gonna be able to get a card immediately because of that 91 day rule that they got now. So she's not.
Okay.
Yeah, she gonna have to wait 3 months to even. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. You got to start somewhere. What
Yeah,
about a
but
secured card? Wait a minute. Is a secured loan? Is that different from the card?
Yeah, she should be able. She should be able to get the secured loan.
Yeah, because here's the thing, Stefan. Whatever money you put up, you're gonna get basically right back. So the way they say it is, once the loan is finished and they show it in your account, okay, well you now have they dropped $1,000 into your checking account that was from your secured loan. Then what you do is they say you pay anywhere from 90 to 92% of it, pay it off. And once you pay it off immediately, then by the end of that night or the next day, you get the money back. And the loan is still there. So it's going to report as though you've made all these payments up to 4 months, 5 months. That's what's reported. So what you did was you got the benefit of a positive ding on your credit report. And I don't know, Todd could probably tell you how many points that, it might help you kind of get here and there, but nonetheless, it's another positive thing showing on your report. And what did you really do? You really only parked, at the end of the day, $100, $150, whatever might be left over in your savings account. And that's just going to be used to pay for the next loan payment, which you get back. Every time that thing makes a payment, the payment drops back. You get the money back in your savings account. You're not losing anything. And what you're doing is you're really using your money to force a positive reporting of a major bank on all 3 bureaus. That's winning. So Navy Federal does it. PenFed. Now, I haven't done the PenFed one yet. I want to. But I got lucky because of the Navy Federal stuff. PenFed offered me an unsecured loan because they are kind of looking at all this stuff. So I was lucky. And I took that and ran with it because I was like, hey, why not? I'm just going to, park the money somewhere else to use it to make me look good somewhere else. And I took it to Chase and parked it. And that might have been part of the strategy that we came up with to, God, I got home today, the Chase Reserve is here. So all that stuff is just it's to some degree it is a little game of cat and mouse, but yeah, I think you get better over time at it. But I highly suggest if you can do the Navy Federal, do the Penn Fed, you won't regret them.
All right. Yeah, like I said, I got a couple friends that were actually in the military too. So I mean, if I can't get it from my brother, I mean, it doesn't have to be like an actual like family member, right?
No, just anybody that can walk you through. Absolutely. The one thing about it though, one thing about it, and this is where sometimes some members are kind of afraid. I do believe what I was kind of reading too is that okay, if the person that they add on is like shady or causes a problem, that could cause Navy Federal to actually cancel their account out too. So they would cancel out the add-on, the person they brought in. It's almost like you kind of attach, like the bad doings of one person can hurt the other person too. So I know some people kind of hold off or careful, but you ain't got that kind of problem. So because again, you got family, you got friends that'll do it, but just an average person probably wouldn't take a chance on it. But nonetheless, the advantages far outweigh anything else too, because they do seem to work with you, but nobody else will.
Right.
Yeah. In California, I'm sure they got branches out there. That's not even. I guarantee you, that's not even an issue.
Yeah. I mean, I live in like Central California, so it's like really like nothing much out here. But I mean, we have good population.
Where the military bases around?
Well, yeah, Lemoore. I don't know if you ever heard of Lemoore. It's like, I don't know. I think might be the Air Force.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only like about an hour away from where I'm at. They got like little bases of like for the Army.
Mr. Media.
Yes, sir.
Pentagon Fed is in Okinawa, San Diego, California, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Kentucky. Let's see.
You did say California, though.
Yeah, San Diego.
Oh, San Diego's south, isn't it?
Yes, about 5 hours.
Good Lord, yeah. But you know what? Even then, okay, are there credit unions near you though?
Yeah, there's plenty.
See, you'll probably have one of those multi-service credit unions, and I probably hasten to say that one of those multi-service credit unions, they do business for Navy Federal. Because like where I'm at right now, my credit union is not up here, but there's a Christian Financial that's like 2 miles down the road, and I can actually make deposits and withdrawals from my account based on them because it's a multi-service center. So I wouldn't even worry about it. And at the end of the day, all this stuff, most stuff you're doing online anyway. Like I said, Navy Federal's not even in Michigan, and that's my primary bank. I handle everything with them. Even if you need to get a cashier's check, you do the thing online, boom, they send it to your house. I'm telling you, man, they're sweet. They really are cool.
Savant,
Yes, sir.
what city you stay in?
Just put it up there, Fresno, California.
Oh, okay, thank you. I ain't know if you
Yeah,
saying that.
smack in the middle of California.
Yeah.
Agricultural town, I'm gonna call it.
Is that what they grow? Do they grow almonds there?
There's plenty of farms. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
I'm more in the city, so I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, sure, man. That's cool. But I tell you, that's a good way to go. That's a really good way to go. I think you'll be pleasantly pleased with them. So yeah, and then I was looking at I joined the NASA credit union just to kind of position with them too, because they have those high limit credit cards as well too. So NASA, and then there was another one I was going to research and send the time that I told about that is Redstone credit union out of Alabama, but I have to look at that a little bit more, but they're supposed to have some pretty good limits too. But like I said, I just think, well, again, you two, when y'all get together and talk, you probably do the same thing that he was asking me. Okay, what you trying to do? What kind of cards do you have now, or what do you want for travel? What do you want for cash back and rewards? Which is a smart way to kind of start thinking about it. But the other thing too is, what we also know now, okay, based on what we know, not only he can do, but you can do, which bureau is your strongest bureau right now? And especially if you hacked off a couple more inquiries, where would you be, and which credit cards subscribe to that bureau? And boom, you might be in striking distance right there. You know, so because I think the thing is, once you start, hey Todd, listen, there's another thing too. I noticed this. Now, keep in mind, at the start of this thing, I was at 742 with Experian with only one inquiry. Well, I have 3 inquiries now, and I'm at 744. So even and nothing's reported. Amex is not reported. Chase is not reported.
Mhm.
So I'm like, wow, that's crazy. But the 2 inquiries been on there, and now my square sheet went up just 2 points. So that's interesting. You know how that kind of works out. But
Well,
you guys
I feel like your score gonna go to about 760, 770 after both those accounts report.
that's crazy, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because you got even though you got the available credit and the low utilization, by you adding that extra 10K, it's gonna put you in a different tier,
Wow.
tier as far as how much credit you got. So yeah, I say about 760 somewhere around there. Yeah.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah.
Before I started dealing with this shyster, this swindler, you know, I was at about that range. And the crazy thing was, I didn't even know, I had no clue well, I'm not gonna say I didn't know what a credit score was, but I didn't know the strength of, you know, being in that range. Because I think by the time I did a sign and drive, which was the first time in my life I ever was able to do that with a car. I like walked to a dealership and just, hey, you know, with no down payments, just go ahead and sign over. You could go. I'm like, wow. I was all my life always had to bring some money down, you know, and I couldn't believe that. I'm like, really? But I didn't know the power of that, you know. And so again, anybody who was really a true friend would have said, hey, you know what? Before you do that, why don't you take a step forward? Let's kind of think this thing through. Because you know what I would have done? I would have, instead of buying, and I bought the car at the time, really kind of slightly emotional because I just love the look of it, and I needed something because I didn't want the car that I had, to me, I just felt like she was going down any minute, and I didn't want my family to be stranded. But I like the look and stuff. And if I'd been thinking, I absolutely would not have made that purchase. What I would have done is I would have got another decent used car that you just really go ahead and pay off quickly. But something that I knew that'd be mechanically sound, and I probably got myself, if I was going to do anything, I would have gotten a new truck, like a Toyota 4x4. That's something that can be used for business. So that way I know that the things are brand new. So it's got the warranties, it's got all the stuff you need, and it's got the package I want, so you can keep it forever. And it makes sense, you know, economically, financially, from a business standpoint. That's the rule I really would have made in my right mind. But, you know, when you're around the wrong people, and you allow those people to have undeserved access and undeserved access and influence, well, you know, that's what happens. So anyway, but yeah, man, you'll be there soon enough, Simon. Trust me, everybody will be there. They'll be there soon enough.
Mr. Media.
It's pull the trigger on.
Mr.
I
Media.
hope so.
Oh, go ahead, Savon. Go ahead.
No, quick.
How much did PenFed give you for that unsecured loan?
20K.
How much of that did you allocate towards the Chase account?
I put everything in there.
Oh, you did? Oh, I thought you put 5K. I thought you did 5. Oh, okay. You put 20 in. Okay.
I put 20 in a savings account they created. And that's another thing too, when we get everybody, you know, back together and just talking about stuff. I want to make sure they understand, because I think we were playing, so much was happening during the time period, but I want everybody to you know, we kind of come with a strategy. I just so much more prefer going in bank. Anything that can be applied for that actually has a local branch, I absolutely will be going in from now on, because she got a commission off of the deposit that was placed, and then she got a commission too off of the credit card.
Well,
And so
they have to do so many loans and so many credit card applications to keep their job. That's what a lot of people fail to realize. So I mean,
wow.
it's in their best interest to get as many people approved as they have to meet a certain quota. Just like cops gotta do so many tickets.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Well, that was cool. So I asked her when we went in. I kind of, asked her. I made it clear, like, hey, I hope this is helping you. As opposed to just doing it online. And so, anything you can do to establish, that one-on-one contact, and also, but I made it very clear, hey, I'm trying to I want to establish a relationship. And what I basically told her in so many words was, you know what, I need to know what I don't know. Because what became clear to me, and I just wish we didn't have the pandemic constraints, because see, in the non-pandemic times, what I would have done is say, listen, let's get some lunch. I'll take you out to lunch, to the coffee shop around the corner, Starbucks, whatever. I need you to tell me, because she was mentioning, for example, like one of the businesses that I have is a hot dog stand. And so, but I still got to get the EIN for, which I'll probably do tomorrow. And I need to get a checking account for it to make it truly legit. But when she heard that, she's like, oh, okay, so we just had a woman that came in, she just got whatever product, blah, 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 that they pushed in the bank, some type of either line of credit or a loan. Based on the business side of things, because her friend helped her do it inside the bank. And the woman bought a food truck. The woman drove to somewhere down south where she was like, they didn't have, that's what it is. She drove down there to get them the Coney Island style that we have here in Michigan. Wherever she went down south, they didn't have it. Of course, they don't have it. They got Waffle House. So, and she said she's kicking butt with that food truck. And I was like, man, I said, food truck really runs. And I'm thinking in my mind, a food truck's about 30 grand, at least about
correct.
30 grand for a
Correct.
one.
Yeah, correct.
And then you can build it up. If you get it the right way, you can have it modified to your constraints. And the other thing is, while you have that brand new build, it usually will sail through any inspection. You don't have to worry about that because it's created based on the code you want it to location. Man, those things are money makers. And so I was like, okay, that's good to know. But I want to have a talk and be like, hey, listen, I need you to put me up on game, because what are these guys coming in the bank? How are they making moves? And that's why I went to the area that was one of the wealthier areas around here, because rich folks coming in, rich folks are showing you all kinds of tricks. That's how the people in the banks learn how to do finance tricks, whatever, because they've been working there, and the guys, their clients come in, and they tell them, hey, I'm going to move this over here. They're learning on the fly. The clients, the wealthy clients, are basically showing them how to make moves with the money. So you get in good with those folks, and down the line, those folks say, hey, come on in here, let me show you something. I think I can do this with your account. That's the money. So that's how when there's a group start, thinking about two-time.
Hey, well, hold on one second, Mr. Media. Hey, Gigi, I'm about to call you. Let me see.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Let me put you on the phone with the elites. All right, Mr. Media, we got Gigi on the line.
VGG.
Yes.
Yeah, you missed out on good stuff.
That's me.
Hey, Gigi.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good.
Doing good.
Yeah, I've been listening to the conversation the whole time. I put a link in the chat, Mr. Media, regarding a school. It's called Zion Institute, and they are located in Atlanta.
Okay.
But they are black STEM school.
Love it.
Mm-hmm.
I tried the school, right?
Yes.
Sweet. I love that. I check that out too. Excuse me. I forgot we were on live. But I'm glad we were, because it's just kind of, again, my thing, what I always ask, Todd about, okay, what are we setting? The credit thing is going to come quick. Honestly, everybody's going to get straight with credit relatively soon. But what's next? And so
Right.
when Desmonique was talking, and Desmond said, hey, I pulled this other guy in. I'm like, you know what? That's really what's next. Next is outreach.
Mhm.
You know, and why not? Because everybody, all of us, you know, you're known in your families, your communities, on your job site. So people, I'm assuming, are going to trust you. And so based upon that, if whatever you can't help them with personally, you know, you got somebody like Todd to be able to, you know, get your back up. But the thing is, too, okay, well, what are we doing with all this momentum? You know, if I get you, if like I told Todd, what I have to do is eventually show him some of the properties up here that I'm trying to move to a profitable column. But nonetheless, my thing is, I want him to understand, okay, this is the direction I'm going in. So as you see things or you come across, you know, things or ideas, and you know how to kind of advise me going forward. I think everybody should be telling, you know, not only him, but everybody else, this is where I'm really trying to head. This is the impact I want to have, so everybody knows how to help. You know, that's the thing. But I was just I'm telling you, I was blown away by looking at, I love how we went into detail, and I love how it was a group think. You know, hey, look at this, well, look at this, look at this. That's how you really get a lot of stuff done and learning on the fly, you know. So I'm just really excited about that. But listen, if we're doing that for some credit reports, imagine when it comes to cryptos and you know, some of these stocks and some other things. You just never know. It can go wherever you want it to go.
It really can, because I'm learning cryptos as I go. I've been involved for over a year now, but it's just so much to learn and so much to know. I've been involved with stocks for a while, but crypto is it's a whole different beast.
Wow.
And you have to be able to invest the money and not lose the money. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can't put a person can't put their bill money out there. If that, and that's how I want to refer to it as, because it is not always, you know, the market went up and down, you know, for a minute. But even with stocks is a long term. It's really a long term investment, not unless you day trading. And not everybody can day trade.
Day trading or scalping, yeah.
All right. Right. It's something that you put that money in and you kind of leave it there to grow. You know, there have been some cryptos, yeah, you jump in and you jump out. But really, stocks don't work that way. I mean, they can work that way, but you have to be able to accept the risk involved.
Gotcha. And I think most people, the ones that are just got up on that stuff, like you said, they're playing with house money.
Right, they're putting their bill money up, and that's not what you do, because that bill money go. You know, even at this point in the game, you can lose. I can lose everything I have invested in stocks or crypto, because it's just that volatile right now.
Especially that Dogecoin.
Yeah. You know, I even thought about selling my Doge a couple times. I never got into, you know, a couple hot ones was Doge and Shiba Inu, but I was in the crypto game before those even got hot.
Wow.
You know, I would tell anybody they need to get some Ethereum and XRP.
Now,
Because Ethereum holds the blockchain for a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff is run off of Ethereum.
what does Ethereum go for? How much is it?
I can't remember. I haven't even been on there in a
I think I got some of
I got
that.
Ethereum when it was $299. Now it's over. Ethereum is probably close to 10. What? 1,000.
Wow.
That sounds familiar. I gotta check my phone after I get off this live. I got something like that. I think I got some of that.
Ethereum?
Mm-hmm.
Ethereum kind of
Ethereum is out there, okay? So Ethereum, not to get off the subject of credit, so Ethereum didn't have a surge, a major surge until September of last year. They were kind of like just trading, but they built, a lot of things are built on Ethereum.
Okay.
Gigi, you got any Tesla stock?
I never.
Yes.
Oh shoot.
Oh, you said Gigi. Wow.
Yeah, I hold your major automobile companies.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Ford and Chevy, or General Motors, and Tesla.
Gigi,
Yes,
did you ever pull the trigger on that American Express card?
I didn't.
Oh.
I didn't. I went to bed.
Oh, okay.
Which one are you going for?
I thought
I
it was
have a platinum already, but they sent me the for the blue.
the blue cash.
Yes.
Okay.
That's a sweet card.
Yeah, you know, with the helmet.
Oh, that one. Oh yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
Yeah, you know, the dude has the helmet on,
Yeah,
like the
that-
Trojan.
That's the best car overall.
Yeah.
Is that right, Ty? Your dad has that blue card?
My dad ain't got that card.
I thought you said your dad had it. Okay.
No. He told me to get that car. He said that car was better than the platinum card. That's what he told me.
Really? See, now I have the platinum, and they sent me the offer for that. They sent me the pre-qualification for the blue card, the blue cash.
I was looking at that blue cash, and I was looking at the gold card, and I thought the gold card wasn't all that great. The gold card is actually pretty good. And so, what's funny? Go ahead. You said something, Gigi. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
Oh, what's funny? I told God is I don't know what it is, but I cannot get Amex to get me into the Delta SkyMiles card.
You say you can't?
I can't. For some reason, even when I tried to do pre-qualifying for the Delta SkyMiles cards, it would just never go through. I could get pre-qualified for Amex straight up and down cards all day long. But
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Are you getting, when you try to go for the Delta card,
Mm-hmm.
are you just contacting them, or are you getting in on an offer from you being on the flight?
No. What I was doing was I did find a link a couple of times for a pre-qualification tool just for Delta SkyMiles cards. Because, Amex has a pre-qualification tool online that I was using. And, but, you can, like, if you do it, they'll give you 3 recommendations. But recommendations, it's not guaranteed, of course. It's just pre-qualifying. That's how me and Ty saw the Delta Platinum that we went for. But my thing was like, hey, I really want the SkyMiles. So what I'm trying to do is, of course, use my spending to gain points for flights and then later on hotels.
I'm gonna give you a little tidbit.
Yeah.
Do you fly, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When they make the offer on the plane, get that application.
Oh, really?
It's something about the applications on the plane.
Okay.
Get the application on the plane and use that one.
Interesting. I will do that. Wow.
Because if you've had problems before, I can almost bet money that you use that one that they give you on the plane, and you're gonna get the card.
I'm gonna do that. It makes sense.
Makes
It
sense.
does make perfect sense.
What you said, Todd?
It makes sense. Go ahead. Talk. Preach, teacher. Preach, pastor.
Because if you ever, I can't say it's a proven thing, but just from experience, I had tried to get Barclays for a while, and just so happened I was on a American flight, and this particular time they offered Barclays. Barclays is a hard bank.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They offered offered Barclays. I took that application and I called the invite code, and boom, I immediately got approved. And I had been trying to get Barclays for a long time.
Wow.
So it's something about that invite.
It might be. Yep. Yeah, but you know what else it could be too? Because now that you say that, they know, for example, with those particular applications, they know where they placed them. So they know that they gave a batch to the airlines, and they might be saying, okay, anybody that's got money to be buying tickets is probably the kind of person we want. Might be something like that, you know.
Because if you, I observe things a lot, and if you ever pay attention to when they do have those card offers, they will push those card offers the whole flight.
Yeah. True.
Even when you getting off.
Mr. Media. Mr. Media.
Oh, yes, sir.
I got a question.
Yeah.
I make $30,000 a year. Can I afford a $30,000 car?
No.
No. No, you cannot.
I'm sorry. I should have answered for Mr. Media.
Unless you live in Atlanta.
Oh.
They make $15,000 a year driving $50,000 cars.
Shoot, 15, they making 5 selling socks on the corner. Let's be real. Let's be real about Atlanta now.
Man.
Atlanta is the new LA. Cause you know, LA it's so many people,
Hey,
that don't have the money that's driving these cars.
Well, yeah.
Mr. Media.
That's true. Yes, sir.
I'm reading a title from the Ramsey show. It say I'm 25 and bought a $52,000 car because I drive a lot.
Really?
Yeah, I wanna listen to it, but I don't want to get copyrighted because I'm on live, so I wait till we get off of this. But that's very, very interesting. I'm 25 and bought a $50,000 car because I drive a lot. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Is it where they're from?
Nope.
You know, I'll say this too. This is again, I don't profess to know everything, but I remember a couple of years ago when I was really just starting to kind of dabble in the credit. But one thing that I used to always Todd don't know about this because well, you know what, Gigi, you're in Atlanta.
I'm in Texas, but I used to live in Atlanta. I lived in Atlanta for 17 years.
Okay, so it would be the equivalent of being in maybe Sandy Springs or Buckhead. So where we're at up here, close to me is Grosse Pointe, Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
That equivalent like Buckhead or Sandy Springs down there, kind of.
Okay.
And so, an affluent area. And so I used to always tell one of my friends at the time, I said, you know what, I'll just be honest, be very frank. But I told him at the time when I was really trying to get established, I said, you know what? I want my credit to look like white folks' credit. I want my stuff to make sense. I want it to be tight. I don't want to have to worry when I want to pull the trigger on something. I want it to be spotless. I want it to be tight. He says, you do realize they probably living on more of a shoestring than you are.
Overextended and all.
Yeah. And I said, what are you talking about? He said, man, all this stuff is really within the sophisticated smoke and mirrors. And then he said another concept, too, that I've never thought about. It really blew my mind. And again, this is one of those things that, we really sit down and have, at some point, develop clubs or schools for, people to really study how the operations of families and how families manage wealth and pass down wealth, for example. But one of the things he said that kind of blew me away was like, it's not uncommon in some of the white families for them to basically pass on the financial football. And I said, okay, what are you talking about financial football? He said, basically, that's the handoff of monies that gave inheritance.
Mm-hmm.
So you're thinking because you see them in these $600,000, $700,000 houses, you're thinking that, okay, they bought it on their own, they financed it through pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. He said, no, that money is around 4, 5, 6 generations. I said, oh. And it just, the light bulb went off like, really? That's the game we play? I was shocked. And so it opened my eyes to a lot of stuff. I'm like, so you mean to tell me? And then, but you know what? Then it started. It started to make sense. Because remember around 2007 and 8, when we had the last recession and everybody was losing their minds.
Mm-hmm.
In Atlanta, the people, well, not just Atlanta, but you had some folks committing suicide and killing themselves, and we were like, what is going on? And it starts. They lost the football. They lost the family football. Now what do? I don't know how to live broke. It made sense to me. So those people said, I'd rather die than be poor. And it was such a shock. And most black folks, we really didn't understand that. I know we didn't. No one really that was because when I heard it, that was the first time it got broken down. But then it all started to make sense from the standpoint of how they're operating. So it's like, okay, y'all took the football, and whatever it is, $200,000, $300,000, $400,000. So, but you helped it put you in a house, and maybe a little car here or there, whatever. But your intention is, you can sell the house anytime you want to. And the theory is, once you sell the house and get your money, the football has been returned, and then you just take it and move to another house, or you'll put it up and prepare it for a transfer to your kids when you die. But again, black folks, we're not on that level yet, but we should be. And that's why I kind of hope, okay, well, through these kind of like financial education initiatives that, I would love to be able to, have some type of mechanism that just, from city to city, you go and just keep enlightening folks and showing them a different way,
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah,
one of the things that we don't do is that we as a whole, and this kind of touched back to another subject that we were talking about probably last week, the way we spend.
Yeah.
The way we spend. See, we spend money on material things, but we don't spend money on things that will obtain wealth. We don't spend money on land. We don't, and land, we don't buy property. That's something that can be transferred. You can, it's bargaining power, and it's not taught. It's not taught in school. And the little bit of finance that they give you, they don't even teach kids how to write a check anymore. Not that anybody's writing checks, but when you have a business, sometimes you got to write a check.
Sure do.
But they don't even teach kids how to do that no more. They teach them a bunch of useless stuff, if you ask me. Not unless you're in an accelerated program.
Right, exactly.
And that's when you get some of the stuff you need, the calculus and things like that. But otherwise, these kids are just skating. They get out of school and they know nothing. Mm-hmm. I hate to call them stupid, but they're stupid.
Yeah. And that's when I was talking to them earlier about, at some point as a community, we have to really, we have to get to another level where, and it won't. The problem with us is you have so many people trying to fight you first glance at something without really sitting down and be able to digest why. And so it's like, hey, listen, just on the basis of what you just said, the way things are currently constructed right now, the way that we basically send the kids into a babysitting environment, they're not learning. It's just not in daycare. It's advanced daycare housing. Get them out of the house. They're officially somewhere doing an activity until the parents get back home. But in terms of they to be educated, it's not happening. And then you're kicking them up grade to grade to grade. You have none of the skills. And here's the thing, especially in this day and age, when we know what you need to know. I know that you need to know how to, like you said, balance your checkbook. But also what I need you to know is, like I was telling our kids, I'm like, hey, you guys, these little computers in here, this is money. These kids around the nation, they're earning almost hundreds of thousands of dollars, doing games and other stuff I thought was just purely entertainment or child's play. No, this is the world we're in. That's money now. These guys are contributing. So all this stuff is relevant right now, but that's what you need to be in. So, but we have to have like a breakaway. So we really do have to have like a breakaway movement to some degree. The hardest part is just getting people to understand the need to unhitch from the trailer. That's where your hardest effort is going to be. But once you can, I think you have so much success because again, it's not that the kids, of course we all know the kids. It's not that the kids can't learn, but the way things are currently constructed, you can't even talk to the kids right now. You actually have states that are trying to pass a law that schools cannot teach slavery anymore. So,
Right, I've heard that, and that's really crazy.
So because it's uncomfortable, because it's a bad look for you now, history has to either be muted or it has to be severely augmented. You know what? And so again, what we have to do is like these other groups say, you know what, I'm good. We'll actually teach them on our own. As long as they can do addition and subtraction, multiplication, division, that's all you care about, right? Okay, well, I'll make sure when I get them at the test day, they'll be able to pass your test, but we need to educate them how we know they need to be educated. So that's the new thing that we have to, that the black community has to get to. It'll be a hard thing trying to get everybody on the same page, but you got to start somewhere. But the finished product will be priceless because especially to be able to, listen, the bottom line, I hate to say it, but the bottom line, these kids need to understand, they need to really understand the lessons from history, the things that really happened, the good and the bad, the ugly and the beautiful. And you can't do it now because we have them in an environment where we have to be politically sensitive to this and sensitive to that. Okay, so I'm gonna basically put them in. We continue to put them in the system now. They're not learning adequately anyway, and then you're not adjusted well because when you get out to the real world, you can't figure out why somebody's beating you on top of the head and kicking you on the curb. You can't figure that out. But it's just it's just we have to have the courage to break away, do our own thing, get them educated up in the way that they need to be educated up, and go on from there. Because I'm telling you, other groups are doing it, and their kids are running. Detroit. Todd knows this. When I came back to Detroit proper, I want to say around 2013. Todd, had Michigan already passed the marijuana law by then? Had marijuana been legalized by 2013? Todd, you still there?
He might have walked away.
I can't remember. Because I was actually in Atlanta working at the time before I came back. But when I came, I think that law had already been passed where marijuana had been legalized and people could actually drive around with their cars or whatever. And I knew it. It was kind of like a system shock because I remember driving around when I first got back, and I'm like, my God, everybody is got weed all over the place now. I was like, what is going on? And that's my friend. It's legal now. I was like, what? I didn't even know. So they were enjoying every bit of it too, all the legalization. So since then, what's ended up happening is that I guess Michigan has probably some of the most lax laws for not only being able to have it and consume it, but even grow it. So you're starting to see a lot of people from other states come here and take advantage of trying to get these old buildings, old raggedy buildings, and all of a sudden they're valuable because now you can get them a private grow. So, but the thing is, like, you look around and like, I figure out, you guys have been here all your lives. Why are you taking advantage of this? You should have had this lockdown before any foreigners come here. So, sometimes we're so slow to the game that we just act like bystanders. Everybody else comes and take advantage of everything, but we had access to it for shot, and we don't even take shot of it. So that's the stuff we have to find a way to kind of get over. The work is really internal, unfortunately.
It is, and the thing too, you can try to reach the kids, but if the parents are not intellectually ready,
That's a problem.
It's a problem. And this is a true story. I have some, they're like nieces, but they're really cousins. When they were much younger, I bought them a program. It was a CD and video about.
Wait, hold on. What's the CD, GG?
See, don't go there. I did it a while ago. They're 19 now. They were much younger. So it was a CD and also a video. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That talked about building financial or really financial literacy. It was very in-depth. It was created, by a black guy. And I thought it was really good. And I bought it and gave it to them as a gift. And I told their mother and father, which, their father is quote unquote in the medical field. He's a PA, and their mother works, for the government.
Gigi,
But they're narrow-minded.
Gigi,
Yes,
what's a PA?
a physician's assistant.
I know. I'm just trying to be like the average person.
They're so narrow-minded. They didn't even promote them to watch this or listen to it, and it would have been so beneficial to them. And just, they graduated doing everything last year, and it's kind of sad because these girls are smart, but their parents are holding them back. Instead of them, one of them had a scholarship. One of them had a soccer scholarship. The other one didn't. They're twins. One of them had a soccer scholarship, but just because of the pandemic, she made her not accept the scholarship, and told them they needed to go to community college.
What?
Yes, I was so upset behind that, but they aren't my kids.
Yeah.
But just to me, in layman's terms, you're dumbing down your child.
Absolutely. Were they trying to keep them local?
They were trying to keep really, in essence, that's what they did. And they said, oh, they'll be okay in community college, and they can stay at home. These kids need to fly. They want to fly. In layman's terms, they are ready to get away and explore and see what else is out there, but they're holding them close.
Gigi, what does layman mean?
Why? Simple. Just simple. A-B-C-D.
Okay. Thank you. I'm learning.
He's been a supervisor today, so he acted up today, Gigi.
He acted up, he's sleeping. You need to go to bed. You know how you had a look. You know how you had your child be like, look,
Yeah.
just looking up. You just need to go lay down. You need to go lay down. It's time for you to go to bed.
Oh, Gigi, have you had Navy Federal or Penn Fed at all? You got to counsel them.
Well, I've had Navy for a while. I don't have Penn Fed, but that's what I was asking Todd about the latter part of the week. Did Penn Fed, pull your file just to open up a regular account?
Oh, did they?
And I think he said they do, which is fine, but
They do.
I'm trying to watch the hard inquiries since I got so many removed.
Okay. I think it goes away after about 5 days. Am I right, Todd? It goes away after a certain time for the checking accounts.
You said the second account?
I heard I thought with either Penn Fed or Navy Federal, if you had an inquiry just for opening an account, it disappears after. That's one of the type that disappears.
I've heard that too, but no, not for Penn Fed.
Because if you look at my Equifax, there's only one Penn. Like I opened Penn Fed in April. Opened Penn Fed in April. I only have 2 hard inquiries from Penn Fed. One I just did for the credit card, and the one for the loan. You don't
see one in there for opening the checking in the savings account. Oh yeah, I would. I'll check it out a little bit more online, but I just looked at that today because I was like, let me see what the hard increase I have for Equifax. And there's only two, and they're both compared for this year. Oh, you know what's crazy? Savon, you still there? You still there? I was telling Savon to. I was recommending. Even Todd, I think, was recommending that she start over with Navy Federal and. Kind of transfer over because I like them, but I want to see somebody else that had experience with them too.
Yeah, I've been with Navy for a while, but I came in through my grandfather, you know, because he was military. And see, really, that's the way you're supposed to come in. But
Her brother's military. Somebody, your brother's military?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that's why they put this 90-day thing in place, you know, because so many people are getting in and have no family relation.
And they're again going back to you know one of the problems with the social media aspect of YouTube. The problem is you get the bad element and something that you want to try. They start doing things that destroys the programs. So, like you said, it's been Navy Federal forever. Hadn't had a problem with you joining and getting a credit card. Now all of a sudden, you can tell something's going on when they start putting these stops in there and start changing policies. It's because the riffraff got in there and they start trying to scam. Yeah, that's what it is. You're trying to scam. There was something that I got to look into. I don't know if Todd heard about this, but some guy called Him 500.
Oh Lord, oh Lord, yeah.
What was he doing, Todd? What was he doing?
He was misleading a lot of people. That's the best way to put it. Huh?
What is it called?
His name is him 500.
Oh, he was sending people to Navy?
He was telling people to take the checks from the auto loans, not actually get the auto loan and use that. Yeah, use the funding for. Yeah.
And they have really good rates.
Yeah, he was basically saying if you get an auto loan and you don't use it within a period of time, it turns into a regular personal loan, and you know, like just some information that would have got people in trouble. So some people called him out on it, but that was about it.
Oh yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah.
You heard about that too?
Yeah, I seen. I guess he was on one of my recommendations too on YouTube. So I was like, let me see. He gives all the little hacks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody's hacking. Now, see, that's the style of things now. Hack for this, hack for that. And that's why I tell them, you know what? No, what I want to do, I want to go pedal to the metal and get stuff done, because what's happening is when you have an advantageous system in place, you got to go for it, because the riffraff comes and they mess it up. And so an advantage that you have right now may not be guaranteed 6 months down the line, a year down the line, because all these other people don't come in trying to scheme and do stuff quick, and the systems change. So I was like, no, I'm going to go ahead and whatever can be done, I'm going to get the stuff done now to at least get grandfathered in and, rock and roll. But it's just, that's the problem. Again, everybody, you know what, again, I hate to say this now that I think about it, because that's why I logged out of Facebook, because I'm just like, this is garbage. This is really, seriously, I just feel like I'm in a churn. Just, if you ain't seeing fake pictures and fake videos, you have such a great life, but you just asked for $100 last week. Now all of a sudden you're living life fabulous, but you're broke, really, because I passed by your house.
I'm living life.
Well, so it's just too much. I deactivated, like what Ray said, I deactivated Facebook. I didn't look back. Only time I miss it is when I gotta log in to get, like, I gotta find somebody's number. That's the only time. And you know what? I treat it like it's just a garbage bin. I log out and deactivate right back and keep on going. And so with YouTube is now kind of becoming, unfortunately, because again, it's a copycat medium. And so now all of a sudden one person does it, 5 people do it, and you got to do something you thinking, so you got to say something, put it out there. This is how you think about it. I'm like, why would you, as soon as you say it and as soon as you put it out, it's going to be searched. And I think in internet terms, anywhere from 24 to about 72 hours, whatever it is, so many people are going to rush that system, they're going to shut it down. They're going to shut it down anyway. So but that's why these private clubs were so successful for so long, because they would give out the information, but nobody could really get to it. They couldn't figure out where it was coming from. Now it's easy. All you got to do is search. Late night hacks. This finesse Navy Federal. I'm like, oh my God.
How to get a $20,000 limit with a 500 credit score.
No, they shouldn't have nobody's card. You know, but I'm gonna say this. I think everybody deserves another chance. You know, because life happens. Let's be honest, life happens. You know,
Yeah.
I say all the time, I'm thankful, you know, for having the reserve through, you know, this thing that I've been through recently, because I could easily be down to the 500 and trying to work my way back up.
Yeah.
I could have lost my good payment history, and I'm one of those type of people that I'm going to pay my bill if I don't even eat. I might have to eat some noodles, but I'm going to pay my bill. And just, that's just how I am.
And you know, I was never like that, but I should have. I don't know, but trust me, I totally understand, because my grandparents were like that. But I always been so carefree, I guess, to a large degree, and not really respected the importance of doing it. You know, I don't know why. It's like something will come up, and I'll get to it later. Not understanding the big impact that happens when you miss on that thing. And so I just tell Todd all the time. I just look back now, like, man, I wish I could go back in time and talk to myself, because I could have made everything work, but I was under so much stress at the time for so many things that were going on. I just kind of like probably went inward, and how can I describe? I really almost kind of gave up internally, you know.
I always.
Stupid. I could have easily made, like my boy said. He said, you had $25. Shit, you had $100. You had $75. You could have done these $45 payments. It's true, but it's just I don't know. I just felt like I was collapsing inward. You know.
Well, sometimes it's like, you know, because you can. It's easy to lose sight of things like that when so many other things are affecting your mental state.
Amen. It really would. And when you're doing it by yourself,
Right.
You're doing it by yourself is like, you know, it literally feels like the weight is all on you. And
it's like spark the snowball.
Yeah, literally. And you know, I'm gonna tell you another thing too. That is that used to really get to me up until recently. But it's like sometimes what I realize now is, even though you have friends and family around you, but they don't really have the same level of respect for your for the fruit of your labor.
Mm-hmm.
That's a disappointing thing to realize. When it comes to that term, it's like, you know, man, you know, if I bought a house or if I bought a building, and it's like, yeah, I'm attached to the place. It's fine. I'm thinking, hey, you would think that they would appreciate it too, or at least respect your level of appreciation for it. And to find out they don't even care, and actually to find out some of them are wishing you the worst. Yeah, that's what it is. You're exactly right. That's devastating to kind of come to the terms. Like, listen, I've been helping you out. If you had something, I would be right there with you. I'd be pushing it along. You mean to tell me you literally are waiting for this thing to collapse on top of me?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I said, you just have sometimes you have to. I would just say to other folks, understand that when you're engaged, when you're endeavoring in certain projects, understand that the walk is probably going to be a solo walk, and so it is what it is. Just prepare for it, and just keep moving forward. But you're thinking that people will come to your aid? No.
Mm-hmm. I've been on that side more than once, and I have employed family. I have employed some people that we really thought were friends. But I will tell you this: when you're climbing the ladder, and when you're growing in your business or whatever endeavor that you're in, always know that there's someone or multiple people that want you to fail.
Mm.
Yeah.
They would rather see you fail
Mm.
than to lend a hand to help you grow.
Amen.
But they will more than likely have their hand out or in your pocket, because they're quick to tell you, I know you got it.
Wow.
They will say that. And Todd, I don't know if you ever experienced that. I've experienced it many times. So not sometimes, you have to walk in silence a lot. When you're growing, you can't tell the people. Sometimes you think your family got your back. They don't have your back.
Gigi, I used to have a saying when I was a truck driver. Cause I used to complain to my dad a lot, about, everybody asking me for money all the time. But, he said, how do everybody know you got money? I say, man, I can't hide it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that, yeah, no, like I was dressing humble but, everybody, like, you just do Google searches to see how much a truck driver make. You know what I'm saying? Like people, like, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't the appearance. It was like what I did. It's like, you're not making $20,000 a year. Yeah. Yeah. But I used to be real nice though, like, in terms of truck driving, like if somebody asked me, I just felt like it was lying to say I didn't have it. So somebody be like, hey, you got $3,000? And I'll look at my account like, yeah, I got it. Like I can't lie to you. I got it. I see it, so I used to, it took me about a year of doing that. And then by the time I looked at the end of the year at the Western Union receipts, I had sent off about $30,000 to people that, only reached out for the money. You know what I'm saying? That I didn't talk to after that. Like I was just.
And that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They are quick to have their hands stuck out. I've paid people's rent. I've paid their phone bills. I've paid their car notes.
Mortgages.
Everything. But then when you really sit back and you really take a hard look at those people, how many times do they call you for anything else? They don't even call you to ask you how you doing.
That's right. That's right.
How you doing, Gigi?
Hey, Todd, how you doing?
I'm good.
But those people, they don't. They don't care about you.
Yeah.
And that's something my dad used to say a long time ago. He was like, you got to be careful of who you call your friends, because 9 times out of 10, they're not your friend. They're more foe than friend.
Well, my dad used to have a saying, Todd, you ain't got no friends. I said, man, I got a whole bunch of friends. He said, how many friends you got that'll go to jail for you? I said, probably about 3. He said, how many friends you got that'll go to hell for you? I said, I don't know nobody that's gonna burn in hell for me. He said, well, you ain't got no goddamn friends.
My mother used to say that all the time when we was kids. She said, you don't have no damn friends. Stop coming home telling me you got friends. You ain't got no friends. No friends. It's me and Jesus.
Ooh, you know what? She was right on the money too.
That's what she used to say all the time. You don't have no damn friends. Your friend is me and Jesus.
Well, in all actuality, your closest friend is your closest enemy. Because the moment the tide changes, that's the person who knows everything about you, all your flaws, all your misfortunes. So you gotta watch that too. It's good while it's good, but when it's bad, it's bad. I remember when you was homeless and you needed a quarter so you can get a bag of chips. Like, God dang, we went that far.
They'll throw it in your face.
uh,
They'll throw it in your face, but you
man.
try to put it back on them. I remember you was actively to help you pay your bills.
Yeah.
You like, where did you reach back with that? Jesus Christ. You had all the back, boy. All that time. Yeah. And that is really that's one of the hardest lessons learned. And I do remember when I was younger, my mom, they didn't really have any secrets like that, but my mom, well, what's so funny, I mean, this is the case in point, this still carries over today. I never could understand when I was younger, my friend, quote unquote, in the streets, in the neighborhood. Our house was one of the better houses on the block. It wasn't no mansion or nothing like that, but it just, the person that built the house that we lived in was actually the person that built, the developer for the block. So he built, I guess, whoever lived in, this was not necessarily the model house for the block, but it's just the one that the owner, the person that built the house on the block lived here. So it had different design features. So it was different than the rest of them. So anyway, so everybody kind of knew that around the street. So every now and then, every month, like, they would always let me come over their house, and I could come inside the house and, mix up with the family and stuff. So, of course, I want to reciprocate. And so every now and then I would try to, bring them inside the house and say, man, my mom would be like, you get them out of this I don't want nobody in this house. And I'd be like, what is it wrong? Why are you acting like this? Oh, I used to be so embarrassed. So what is this? I don't want nobody in this house seeing what we got. As soon as everybody see what we got, that's when it's going to start walking out of here. They don't need to be in here. That still carries over to the day for the most part. It's like, no, nobody needs to be in here. You're looking around. When you're looking around, you're just in full record mode. You want back to tell everybody everything. But yeah, and my grandmother was kind of like pretty much the same way too. But as you're younger, you're coming up, you're thinking, oh, you guys are just so strict, so stern. But it's rooted in something. I tell you that. It's based in sound thinking.
Mm-hmm. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't see it then.
That's right. She's right about that. Let somebody come over. The first thing they do when they go back, they talk to their mom and their dad and their parents and everybody. Oh, they got one of these now. They got about 3 of them TVs. They got this, and it's one over the TV by the door. They everything, And even the kids don't even realize what they're doing, but nonetheless, it's out there. So.
Mm-hmm. See, there you have cameras. So.
Yeah.
Like I had to tell like my goddaughter, she's the same age as my grandson. Well, she's a little bit younger, but she's 8. So she would be talking to people, and she has an iPhone, and she was like, "Look," I was like, "Hey, get off that phone. Do not video in this house."
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's true.
Do not. That is a no-no. You cannot video and go walk around in here and send it to your friends. I don't care where they live.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's very true. That's very true. Wow. I didn't even think about it.
And she said, well, I talk to my friends on the phone, and I don't care what you do at your house, your grandma's house, and anybody else's house. But when you here, this is the rules here.
Yeah. That's the first thing the kids. Oh, you got one of them things. One of them washers and dryers. One of them state-of-the-art washers and dryers. Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you are.
It's different. It's really different, but I'm kind of, well, I'm not going to say I'm afraid, but I'm sitting back to see what these kids that are coming up now going to do. Because you think about it, that they're going to be responsible for a lot of things that go on, and they're going to be the decision makers.
Yeah, but how?
Right. That's my thing.
Yeah.
They're not properly educated. Half of them, a lot of them don't even have, some of them have common sense, but a lot of them don't even have damn common sense. They can't even, if they was
It's true. Well, I was saying before, I couldn't understand where this push is coming from for self-driving cars, and I mean it's a real push because the government is behind it, and they're actually trying to speed up a timeline to have self-driving cars integrated, and on the roads. I mean, quickly. It's almost like within 10 years for sure, you're gonna have a substantial amount of these things on the roads. I'm like, and the thing is that if you listen closely, they want these self-driving cars to replace non-self-driving cars. And that's what I'm like, wait a minute now. I mean, I got no problem with you having it on the road, but don't tell me I can't drive. But that's coming. They don't want you to have free movement like that behind the wheel, because what's going to happen is they're going to basically label it as you're dangerous because you are you're basically dangerous because you're freestyling, you're freewheeling as opposed to being on the grid, in a pattern. I see that coming.
It's
But,
much deeper than that. It's much deeper than that.
what you think it is?
It's much deeper than that. I mean, okay, so you have your phones now. You have your quote-unquote smartphones. And your phone pretty much tells where you go. If you go back and look at your phone without even saying that you was in a certain place, your phone, as long as you have your locator on,
Right.
your phone can tell you everywhere you've been.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
So the reason why I say it's much deeper than that, because, okay, you got your cell phones, and now they are trying to move towards, and they're pushing cashless society. They've been doing that for a while, but people just are not taking heed to what's really going on. And then if you have an autonomous vehicle, then you're completely under someone else's control. Do you realize that you can be shut off at any given time?
Yep. Exactly. And
If they want to shut your phone off, they can shut your phone off.
that's right.
If they want to shut your car off, they can already shut your car off, because a lot of cars now are, they have OnStar.
Mm-hmm.
Most cars you buy now, they're hooked up to some type of system.
Something. You're exactly right. Exactly right. And but the other thing too is, like what we were saying,